All right, YouTube should be started up. We're going to switch over to the right scene. All right, so according to our today command, let me read it out for YouTube. We're making progress on this GitHub as a database project. I'm too in the weeds of the GitHub adapter, so we may pivot to building the demo app or the core to build the functionality we need and then fill in the gaps with the adapters. I may also figure out like a mock adapter via mock service worker. I'm thinking it might even be good to like completely mimic the GitHub API, since that'll be the first one we mess with. And yeah, we can just like mock stuff. You can just mock things. But yeah, so let's get to it. And yeah, how's everyone's weekend? So yeah, here's the stuff that we need to fill in here eventually. And what's up there? How you doing, GhaaD? So we'll save what we did there yesterday. I don't think I remembered making any changes that we were like directly in the middle of. We got a bunch of errors we're going to have to fix here soon. But let's look at the core again real quick. All right, we're calling it engine. We could call it something different. It's not that big a deal. So the engine is basically the thing that application developers would consume. I don't think we need to work on the demo app just yet, but filling out some of the other to-do stuff I think is necessary. So we'll do that. Make sure I got my chats all in the right place. And yeah. Man, went for a bike ride. Just, man, feels so good. I need to do it way more. First bike ride of the year at the end of May. Not ideal. So let's actually pseudocode out. Like, man, yeah, we got a lot of to-dos in here. So yeah, get collection items. But do we have that twice? We do. Okay, so it should not be get collection items because we have that. Okay, so here's the big thing. Getting collections and fetching collections are technically two separate things. Our engine has to do both, right? It has to actually use the adapters to fetch stuff, but we also maybe want to make the engine be like the state management source of truth. Because we want this to be framework agnostic. So it's going to maintain its own state. You'll be able to modify that state. And you'll also want to be able to subscribe to that state. So one thing we're not doing is establishing listeners. What's a good library we could look at that does its own state management and then just lets other things wrap it? Tanstack Query? Let's look at how Tanstack Query does some of that. So here we see query core. That is most likely it. But we could look at how React query is maybe wrapping it first, because that'll expose like the top level. Maybe. Yeah, this is just re-exporting all that stuff. Hold on. Let me do something here so I'm not getting distracted by it. There we go. So maybe query core is the right place. And what's up, Thomas? How you doing? All right, so yeah, this just does a re-export of everything to query observer. This might be the thing that is exporting some of this stuff. Oh, I forget. What does the pound sign do here? Does that denote private stuff? Yes. Okay, so that's how they do it. Yep. So that's the way to do private in JavaScript. If you're doing TypeScript, you can use the private keyword. Okay. How many tabs do I have? I have all of them, Jamrush. Yeah, I'm a collector. These are vintage tabs. This tab right here, ooh, that was a good year. That was a good year. Ooh, Oh, yeah, Abdu. Maybe we do that on Monday as part of the holiday? I was thinking maybe we'd do it on the Streamiversary. On the Streamiversary, I'm going to shave my mustache, too. Because I've been meaning to get rid of it. Like, it's an okay mustache. It's not terrible, but, yeah. We've had it too long. But yeah, we'll throw tabs into the archive maybe Monday, or maybe like a week from Monday. We'll see. All right, so as we look through some of this, right, we see the core stuff. Okay, so we got these protected methods, right? There's on subscribe, on unsubscribe. Oh, I know. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I kind of got used to it too, but it's a lot of effort. Like to maintain and like trim and, I don't know. I'm not great at trimming it either. I think I got it a little uneven. But also it just doesn't grow in like thick enough. We'll give it another try in a year or two. Also, like, the gray hairs aren't doing me any favor. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, my dad had one, like, when I was growing up, too. Okay, so they basically do, like, a subscribe, unsubscribe kind of thing. Should load on mount. Dude. Like, all these functions are just, like, turtles all the way down kind of checks. I understand the use case for them, but... Yeah, I think we'll have to just... We'll have to fix that later. Right, like, all the methods they have here, right? I think we're probably going to need the same kind of logic. A big part of this is that they're doing a lot of, like, caching. And we do want to do caching, but I think that part can come later. So if we just create our local store and fetching from that, and we create the fetchers, we can let libraries like handle that at the moment. And then, that would be part of like a 0.x release. And then for 1.0 might be the time where we actually create like the tanstack query kind of logic where we manage the staleness of things. Right? Like, we'll create a store. But yeah, it's going to be up to the user to decide when to fetch for the beta. or for like the pre 1.0. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. We probably do still want to set up like event listener stuff though. So then we'll end up having oh my god slash react, oh my god slash solid, oh my god slash angular, etc. That'll just wrap up kind of like the event listener BS. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go way simpler than TanStack query. I mean, technically, TanStack query has had ages. Oh, interesting. So hold on. Hey, what's up, Code Spent? How you feeling about the keyboard? Like, you mentioned it yesterday a bit. But I bet you're ramping up on it pretty quick. Like, it only took me a week or two before, the stuff that I can type without looking, I can type again without looking. It's not very many things, but like my typing speed wasn't impacted that much because I type slow. What's crazy to me is that TanStack query is just now opting into proxies. Like, it's existed for years. You're getting it, but still you fat thumb enter a lot? Oh, and yeah, hold on. You wanted to maybe like, yeah, let me see. Do I have my configurator? I might need to re-download that. I don't remember if I had the Mac Mini yet. Yeah, I need to get the app again anyway. So yeah, good call. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, that was a good reminder. Like, one thing you'll probably want to do is set up like your arrow keys and stuff like that, right? I think they have a layer that has arrow keys. I think I modified it quite a bit though. But what up, Ophi? How you doing? They do have Zoom. Nice. Oh, and wait, did you get the raise or the defy? I think I forgot about that. I guess mine's the defy. Okay, yeah, just making sure. The illumination's messing with you? Oh, okay. Interesting. You almost need, like, instead of the glasses that have like the brim on the top, you need like the brim on the bottom. Dude, you could be onto something here. Patent pending. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. But like even just like out of your peripheral, like it gets you. So if you had like a brim on the bottom of your glasses, you'd be good to go, right? That'd be genius. But yeah, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? Okay, so if we look at my tabs, like, yeah, this is how I got it set up. I don't remember how much of this I did custom. One thing I ended up doing is, like, again, I don't remember what the defaults are, so you let me know what looks different from what you got. But, yeah, I put, like, delete over here, backspace here, enter here. I pretty much never use enter with this thumb cluster. Like, I think I'd like to turn these off, actually. How do I disable a key? Yeah. This one right here is what toggles layer 2, which is basically just the arrow keys. I turned every other key off, basically, on the right side there. That way I don't, like, accidentally press stuff. Oh, it was, like, no key on the bottom right? Okay. No, so I've had this keyboard for a while. This is the one that I got sponsored. But Codespent just bought the same one, and he wanted to like compare configuration some of this stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna turn these off. There it is, no key. Yeah, because I end up hitting these on a fairly regular basis. No, it's really nice. I like it. Yeah, it's quite good. But yeah, so L2 looks like that. Um, yeah, if you're gonna game on this keyboard, I'd want to figure out a way to like lock the arrow keys. That might be useful. I pretty much never use the left side. Like I just do arrow keys on the right here. I know, right? Exactly, Codespent. Gaming you got? Okay, nice. Like for gaming, you might even just get some like cheap keyboard and use that. I've been considering doing the same. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. Um, yeah, I don't use anything other than layers 1 and 2. So yeah, this is pretty close to standard. I think I added like extra space keys here so that I don't have to be like too accurate with the space. I think that was something I really liked. I think this is maybe something I configured too. Like, you know, it's escape if you tap it, but if you hold it, it's control. L3 you use for media and non-IDE macros. Yeah, makes sense. I don't know how to export this though. If you wanted me to export it, there's not much that I do different, but yeah, if there's anything you want me to show real quick, just let me know. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, at one point, we'll try and bring on my contact at Digma because they may have some like configuration stuff like to share with us. And yeah, they really want me to upgrade the firmware. Ooh, no hubs or KVMs. Yeah, that'll be a bit. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to show that off. And yeah, cool. Let's get back to it. And yeah, it is an expensive keyboard. Oh no. We'll see if we could do a giveaway for him at some point. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe like a one-off, like 50% off code or something. Like, I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. It feels expensive, right? Like, it doesn't feel cheap. Yeah, it's like, it's hefty, you know? And the tenting is really configurable. Like, the way you can, like, adjust these things to, like, get the angle you want. Yeah, I really like it. I don't know if I would have paid that amount out of pocket, but I do think it's a pretty good value. It is the most expensive keyboard I own. But it might also be the most solid keyboard I own. You've got a Digma Raise? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Digma Defy. I think the only big difference between the Defy and the Raise, I mean, I'm sure there's other stuff, but like the biggest one is the columnar layout. Oh, don't worry, FD. Good GPU is easily like $1,000 these days, so not a big deal. You have a Defy too? Nice. Any reason you haven't switched it up yet? Okay, so you prefer the staggered layout. I get it. The columnar gets like it's actually pretty usable once you get used to it. Um, yeah, I've got like an old cigar box that has one of those like really tiny, like it's a plank or something like that. And that has a columnar layout as well. I know that is a flex. That's pretty funny. Damn, Suiku. You're a collector. I like that. Right? People say bonds are the safe investment. No, 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 no. Keyboards. Inflation proof. I'm kidding. This is not investment advice. People sleep with cash under their mattress? No, no, no. Keyboards. It is investment advice, just not good advice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're like modern beanie babies, you know? If I were married going through the divorce, we'd be fighting over splitting the keyboard collection. Oof. So then nobody wins. Yeah, how do we want to like set up the event bus basically? Divorce hurts everyone. Exactly. Oof. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's like getting to keep the dog. Yeah, so I haven't had to set up an event bus in ages. What's the right way to do this? Should we bring in a library for it? Oof, not touched in a couple years, though. Event emitter 3, because there's also a number 2, and we're faster. So where's event emitter 4? Two years, 4 years. Yeah, a lot of these are probably going to be super old. Yeah, I mean, I just wonder how much of this stuff is necessary versus what we can just use in the browser. I feel like we could just use some native event stuff. AMQP? Okay. And yeah, I saw they mentioned AMQP somewhere. Okay, so this is inspired by it. I don't think I've ever used AMQP either. Yeah, I was going to say this site screams Java, right? Like the pixelated logo, like everything about it. Everything about this screams Java developer. Right? The bullshit images. What a shit puzzle. Like, dude, this puzzle sucks. Each piece is the same. Which one goes where? Worst jigsaw puzzle ever. No, it makes sense. I totally get it. I feel like we could just go way more naive with it. At least for now. Like, I don't even think I need this. So then here we've just exposed like a subscribe function and a delete function. We don't know what a subscriber specifically is yet, but it's really just like the entire state of the application. And yeah, I don't think we're going to use subscriber anywhere else, so we'll just do it directly in the engine. I don't think we even need to export it. Oop. And it has to maintain referential equality, right? So I don't think we need to solve this for our users. We can make this just kind of simple. Wait. What's up, CodeSpent? Just like on YouTube, you got it on the autoplay? We're men, manly men. We're men in tights. We roam around the country looking for fights. Yeah, it's a classic film. No, we do not need a great strength of feet. What we need is a great feat of strength. We need a great strength of feet. I don't follow. All right, so we add the subscribers. All right, so we end up doing something like that. And instead of, well, no, yeah, that stays private. Spoilers. We have a 20-year rule. It's beyond the 20-year rule. Sorry. All there is to it. And also, it's in like the first 10 minutes. Don Giovanni, your lizard seems limp. Well, at my age. You know, like, there's so many good lines. Well, at my age. Oh, you mean the lizard? Like, you know, like, yeah, it's just so good. Okay, so yeah, one thing we want to do then, we've got get collections. Fetch collections would eventually like notify subscribers, right? And yeah, honestly, I think the subscriber stuff, we're going to leave it as a to-do. Right? It's just not that important right now. We'll think about that part later. So then, yeah, fetching repo config. This is going to be... And yeah, maybe this is the part... Like, what would be the point at which we want to update owner and repo? I feel like owner and repo is going to be universal. So would we actually want to set that on the adapter? Or is that an engine concern? If we move owner and repo out, then we end up having to pass them as arguments to all this stuff, which would end up being a bunch of boilerplate. So if we don't want to do that, and owner and repo are part of the adapter, then when we select an owner in a repo, we'd have to update our adapters. We could expose setters and getters for owner and repo. Right? So if we expose a setter and a getter on the adapter, let me look at that. So we got adapter right here. We wouldn't need... Yeah, we wouldn't need a getter. We just need setters. Okay, so then the engine would have methods for setting and getting those values. Yeah. And what's up, Swag Dev? How you doing? Cool. So people actually do read the title. That's good to know. We called it set owner and set repo. There you go, CodeSpent. And instead of that, I think we want that. And in fact, hold on. I think we can just do adapter here. Right, because it does the implements anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. Right. So then let me double check how we're doing the GitHub thing. Right, we want to extend adapter, but we want to force the user to implement these iAdapter things. Oh, right. Hold on. And I'm not forcing adapter here to do that shit. Okay, so no, we have to, yeah, we have to do the type I was doing there. Whoops, wrong thing. Okay, so we can set repo owner, we can set repo name. That goes through and updates all the adapters without destroying them. All right, so set app config. or this is get app config, get repo config. I don't know if we'll need those completely. Repo config, no, yeah, we do need all this. So then fetching the repo config. They do. I like the explicit nature of getters and setters rather than the implicit nature of like the get set syntax. I find this more explicit. Right? So like the difference would then be for a consumer, right? They would call like engine dot app config equals rather than engine dot set app config. And it would be lowercase, like engine instance or whatever. To me, this is just more explicit. Like, I don't necessarily want people treating the engine like just any old object. It's, it's a preference thing. I don't think there's any major, like, reason to do one or the other. To me, it's just, I don't know. Yeah. If you were implementing your app over here, for the most part, you're probably not even going to call it, but then it would be like GhaaD dot, and that's, just the name we gave it, but like, set repo owner. Basically, this lets you know that it's definitely a function that does something. Whereas just setting a property, it kind of hides away the fact that you might be doing other stuff under the hood. Now, technically, these are just getters and setters, but they might not always be that way. So it's just, to me, it's less magic. But sometimes magic is nice. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong to do so. It's just, in my opinion, I think there's something to a function like this, meaning that it's not just setting a value, it's also doing something, right? So setting repo owner, yeah, right? Technically, repo owner doesn't exist as a prop on GhaaD here. So it's indirection, right? Like, hold on, let me just autocomplete. There we go. Right? So, like, technically you can't do this now, but this here makes it feel like it's just setting a value rather than doing other stuff. If I were consuming a library and I saw a setter like this, I would assume that there's other stuff going on. Doesn't mean that there has to be, but it means that the creator of the API intends for it to maybe do more in the future. And technically, like, no, this property doesn't exist on the engine. It exists on the adapters underneath it. See, I don't know much about C. So, like, I've written some C before, but it's been a long time, and I probably didn't get that deep with it. Like, I've never used a struct in raw C. I've always done C as like a purely functional language with just props, basically, like raw data. Like when I've written like a libssh2 wrapper. It was all very functional. Like, I don't think there was a single struct I was using. And I know you can do functional stuff with structs too. I just mean like I was using primitive values and functional coding. Yeah. I mean, so that's what we're getting at the bread. In JavaScript, you can actually set a getter and a setter that would do all sorts of stuff and maybe not even set the value, right? But yeah, I prefer explicit more than implicit in almost every case. Or, like technically, yes, this is explicitly doing something, but there's like an implicit assumption that it could do anything it wants. Whereas here, a consumer of the library doesn't necessarily know. So yeah, I don't know. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. And I'm not totally against magic. I just think, I like explicit over implicit in many cases. That's not to say I don't like convention. Like, I do like convention over configuration. And convention is somewhat implicit. But yeah, like, I actually really dislike languages that have, like, automatic return values. Like Rust or Elixir. Those are actually things I dislike. Implicit returns I find really annoying. I'd rather use an explicit return keyword. But yeah, like this is some of the conversations about programming languages that I think have value. Not, oh, which one's faster? Ugh. Ugh. I don't care. Right? Like, in most cases, you probably shouldn't care. But as far as like the developer experience, well, there's value to that a little bit. Even though it comes down to preference, it's still like a finite thing you can have a preference around. Like a vague, hand wavy, it felt nicer kind of statement. No, fuck that. Like, X language just felt nicer. Cool. We can't have a discussion about that because you're not being finite about what felt nicer. What had a higher learning curve, etc. And most of the people that try and argue that way, like faster, better, like, I don't know. Those words are too hand wavy, and it's usually just a lazy argument. If you want to have an explicit thing you like or dislike about a language, you can say that, sure. It's still hard to like argue it, but it's something that you can point to. Yeah, even then it's fuzzy. Like doing less is fuzzy, right? Is it the dev doing less? Or is it the abstractions doing less under the hood? Right? So, like, still, it's just like too fuzzy of an argument. All right, so yeah, let's get rid of those. But yeah, the bread, if you weren't aware, JavaScript totally has getters and setters too. Like, we could totally just do like right, get foo, return bar, set foo. Gotcha. Ooh, actually, Oh, it does have to take an argument. Yeah, yeah. There we go, right? So that's the part that I really dislike about, an implicit setter. You could still do the same thing with like the set foo function, right? Or whoops. Right? You could absolutely still do the same thing, but one at least like lets the user know that there's something happening inside of a function rather than like the function being abstracted away. I think this was a better example of what I was like meaning. So yeah, I'm gonna have to remember how to explain that in the future. Like this pattern of showing it. It's also part of the reason I dislike proxies. Proxies have a lot of like just hidden functionality. But okay, so back to what we're doing here. So this would be something like this dot current adapter, and this is get file config.json. So that'll live at the root of the repo. Right, so we'll do like, get raw config string. If we don't have a raw config string, right, failed to fetch repo config. Right, we do that. Oh. Now, do we have any GhaaD validators for this yet? No. Well, we do have a type for repo config. Let's see. So at the top of this, we want to import GhaaD. Is it listening to me? All right, so we got those two validators so far. And hey, Nat, thank you for the follow. Like 7 hours ago. I appreciate it. And Great Soul, thank you for, or Great Soul, thank you for the follow 17 minutes ago. Appreciate you. All right, so this could totally fail. But yeah, that's what our fetcher would look like. So the whole get file thing, right? Okay, so far our adapter abstraction is feeling okay. Get token, set token will leave. Ooh. We actually have repository here. I think we get rid of that. I don't think we're ever going to need to expose the adapters. Right? Setting the current adapter, sure. Why would a consumer care about getting the current adapter? We would want to display it. We do want to show it now. Yeah, we do want to show this. Right? Like an application dev would want to show this so that you can even select from the list. Okay. Yep, no. Brain fart. I was about to delete stuff we definitely needed still. Yeah, C++, just go to PC part picker or whatever. Right? So start building out your PC this way. Don't skimp on your power supply. One bad power supply can ruin thousands of dollars of your investment. Like, too many people skimp on power supplies. So go to PC part picker and then, within your range, start looking at CPU benchmark and GPU benchmark, or video card benchmark. Right, so find stuff within your range. And yeah, if you have a micro center nearby, definitely worth checking. But like, there's just so much variability there that you should pretty much not trust anybody that gives you an exact answer, right? There's plenty of places to get stuff, but you really do like need to know kind of what you want first. So yeah, I would say PC part picker, etc. Yeah, that makes sense. So one thing you might consider is upgrading just the CPU you have in the current machine. So you could go to, right, PC part picker, enter in the stuff you got, and then see what the best CPU you could get for that motherboard. That might be a cheaper investment than building a whole new machine. Again, I'm not saying that's the right way to go. That's really up to you. But let me just point this out. I have a PC from probably like 2018, so a little newer than yours. I was able to upgrade the CPU and like double the gaming performance out of it because the CPU was my bottleneck. My 1080 graphics card is still fucking killing it. Now, I'm not getting like 200 frames a second in any game besides League of Legends, but I'm playing Path of Exile with a bunch of shit on screen at a solid like 40 to 60 like frames per second, whereas before I was getting like 20. And it's nice in Path of Exile because they even show you which one your bottleneck is, right? In like the measurements and stuff they show you. But I would just say, like, you know, plug in the motherboard you have, right? Go to start your build, find the motherboard you got, find it from the list, and then start looking at what the best CPU you can get. So I'd say try and get like 2 PC part picker like lists going. Get your like your ideal like CPU, like if you're going to build from scratch, but then also see what it would be to just upgrade your performance with what you got now. And yeah, like go look through and see what the hell is using all of your CPU cycles. Yeah, Ophi, it's a really good site. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, this is the power of the web. Like, all this information's available to you, but you can build an app that makes it a bit simpler. Yeah, no worries, C++. Yeah, it's cool. But yes, always keep in mind, like, you can go to CPU benchmarks, and one of the coolest things you can do is just, let's see, search for my CPU model. And let's say I think I had like an 8400. It wasn't an AMD. It was like maybe this. Sure. Let's say that's the one I had. And then maybe I want to, right, click into it and then compare. Maybe. Is my Zoom breaking things? What the hell, dude? Okay, so it's in my list, and then here we would go find one. So wait, one thing we want to do is maybe go look at that CPU. Yeah, just as an example then, let's find your CPU. And you said it was a 4690, the 4690K. Okay, so we find it. If we click into it, we can see, hold on, where do we see the architecture? So the main thing you're going to be concerned with is the architecture of the CPU and like what generation it is. So it's the socket, right, is the LGA 1150. So then, realistically, you want to find all of this, and then, let's see, socket here. You can actually go find your LGA 1150. And sort by, let's just say, CPU mark. So with that same core, that 4790 is actually the best you can get with that 1150. So yes, at this point, you're probably going to want to upgrade. Or actually, hold on. You said you're on... Hold on. Did I read? I think I read yours wrong. 1 second. 4690. You could get an i7 4790. Hold on. How do I add it to the compare list? There we go. All right. So we're over in compare. Let me get rid of the one that isn't yours. Then we compare them. And yeah, so honestly, if you upgraded to that i7 for about $130, depending on where you can find it, you'd be getting like a 30% CPU improvement. That might be nice. Not sure that's totally worth it for you. I'm not saying it's absolutely what you should do. I'm just pointing out that it's a thing you could do. You're going to want to make sure you get some good CPU pace. So it's not going to be just this. You may want to consider a nicer CPU cooler. So then it might bump up your cost to like 200, maybe 250. At that point, you consider what you could build for $2,000 versus the 250, and if this performance amount is worth it to you. And no one can make that choice for you. Now, make sure that this is still compatible with the motherboard that you're looking at. So go to PC Part Picker and plug these things in. But definitely worth checking out. Yeah. Another thing is like, yeah, you might be getting throttled because of bad CPU paste, right? Or a bad cooler. Yep, upgrading your RAM might be a big fix, right? If you're maxing out your RAM and you're constantly paging to disk, that'll slow you down pretty heavily. There's a lot of stuff to consider when you're looking at optimizing your CPU. Or optimizing your PC, sorry. But yeah, something to consider. Totally up to you. Just, yeah, it's kind of fun. Like, just building PCs and understanding how to diagnose issues and all that junk. And oh, God. Can I pour whiskey back in? I mean, we're going to be finishing this today anyway, so I'm not worried about the cross-contamination of it. Yeah. We would have been in trouble if I drank on what I poured just a second ago. There you go. I mean, make sure it's compatible, all that stuff. But yeah, I think this was a good discussion, so thanks for asking. Like, I'm sure there's a bunch of people out there that aren't aware about, what to look at when they're upgrading. All right, so let's close this stuff down. And let's close some of these libraries I'm not using. Not yet, at least. Closing tabs? Wow. Working on some client code, messing with AWS services. Nice. Yeah, that's always fun. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, some of the Xeons might be worth it. Turbobot Temp? Who the fuck is Turbobot Temp? Oh, that's what fires when you do the create turbo stuff. Interesting. No, it's not even that. It's like when you scaffold out a repo. So if you were to go do let me just go to a new tab, and we'll ignore that for now. And if we did something like pnpx create next, not create next app, create turbo. So turbobot temp is what is creating the PR, or not the PR, the initial like stuff when you run this command. I'm on Blue Sky, but I don't think Anthony Shu is. Yeah, there's just like the tech Twitter space is still pretty heavy, right? The tech Blue Sky space is a pretty light. And Anthony Shu isn't much of a social media person anyway, so I'm not even certain he's on Blue Sky. PC part picker, right? So pick your motherboard, and it should give you RAM that's compatible as your selections. I mean, it's up to you, C++. Yeah, it just depends on what you're going to be doing with it. If you're trying to do some gaming on that thing, upgrading might be the move. But yeah, there's definitely some stuff you can do to get more value out of it if you're still kind of like using it lightly. And just like what they said, look at what is using your CPU. There could be some background stuff that you could kill as well. Yep. Yeah, makes sense, C++, for sure. Well, I'm proud of this reply. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about with like tech Twitter. Like, I haven't seen Wes Boss post anything like this over to Blue Sky. But it's kind of a fun thing there. But maybe I just missed it, you know? Maybe my For You feed is just broken on Blue Sky and I need to follow more people. But basically, yeah, Wes Boss just visited his old high school. My reply, looks to me like after high school you ran so far away. He may possibly be walking along the avenue. Yeah, it's a solid song. The band is Flock of Seagulls, and they had hair kind of like that. Like the guitar riff. It's a solid song, actually. It was really good over in there's like a snowboard video it was in that was solid. Oh, I just noticed there was a typo in my comment. All right. So yeah, let's continue doing what we're doing. Fetch collections, we do that stuff. Get collections is just a getter, which again needs to be done because we're doing these things as private. Right? We're not going to have a set collections because this is something that the app developer creates when creating the engine. So we're good there. As far as fetching collections, what would that look like? When we look at what's on a collection, we're going to need collection items, but that's not going to be what we have here. So instead, the engine will have a collection items. prop or whatever. Yep, so it's an array of those. So that's a record. And then yeah, the hardest part I think is going to be doing the type safety of this. And yeah, I mean, I think if we get far enough along, we might even be able to bring Colin on as like a guest, right? Like Colin from GhaaD. Thanks, Gled. Yeah, I appreciate it. We don't necessarily even need to do this. And fetch collections, this might instead be fetch collection items. Yeah. And actually, here's what we'll do. Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, instead of that, All right, so pretty straightforward. We're just abstracting some of this out for the user. Oh, and we'll do this. Right, get collection by ID. Get collection by name. Right, and it doesn't matter which name. So then we got some value there. Get collection items. And yeah, the music is basically synthwave. Could be retro wave as well. But yeah, for sure. You got to put together a portfolio? Yeah. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of stuff like, yeah, portfolios are still necessary. Even if they're not that full, it's better than nothing. I mean, you should be applying anyway, but yeah, get a portfolio together, work on some good side projects, that stuff, right? Depending on the type of job you want, a portfolio is more or less necessary. If you want to do like front end stuff, a portfolio is essential because it's an easy way to showcase like your front end chops. At least like your design and ability to do CSS stuff. If you want to get a front end like application dev role, yeah, you need to build some applications, you know? Front end is too saturated. I'm not sure I agree with that. Being a good front end dev is more than just copying the CSS values from Figma. You'd be surprised how many people who do front end are shit at it. And like, dude. Like, shit at it. I would say full stack is more saturated. What was the roast that we got for Next.js? Hold on. So yeah, I created a custom GPT on ChatGPT called Neckbeard AI. Next.js is the React framework for developers who want to pretend they're full stack engineers without actually learning back-end development. It's a bloated abstraction that slaps a bunch of magic on top of React, turning what should be a straightforward SPA into an over-engineered mess of server-side rendering, static generation, and a routing system that thinks your file structure is sacred scripture. Sure, it gives you SSR, SSG, ISR, and other acronyms to throw around in meetings, but at the cost of turning your codebase into a playground for Vercel's latest whims. If you enjoy relinquishing control to a framework that changes its architecture every other version and forces you to keep up with its ever-evolving best practices, then by all means, dive in. Otherwise, maybe just stick to React and learn how to configure Webpack like a real dev. Now, this is overly harsh. I'm not saying it's 100% accurate because knowing when to do static site server-side rendering, static site generation, and incremental static regeneration, I think that's what it is, or incremental something rendering, right? Like, there's value there. And this is where being a good front-end dev is tough, right? Because there's plenty of front-end devs out there in the world that have no idea what these terms actually mean and where they differentiate themselves. But then there's plenty of full-stack devs that are even worse at it. They say they're full-stack just because they can spin up a Next.js site. It's not how that works. What's the Tommy Boy quote? I mean, if you want a full stack experience, I can poop in a box and label it full stack. I got the time. All right? There's a good adaptation of that. Let me get more music on. Hold on. Hold on. I got a tweet I gotta post. Hold on. This will be a fun tweet. I can't believe the image or video for it got taken down. But yeah, let me do this real quick. All right, hold on. I think y'all are gonna like this. I had to do it on the other machine because that's where the video lives. The average. Oh shit! Hold on. No, I gotta delete it. Nope. 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 Shit! I gotta redo it. I tagged Dylan wrong. I hate the fact that he's Dylan Mulroy on Twitter and then DM Mulroy, like here. So I always mess that up. Okay, there we go. There we go. Better one, better one. Just Dylan Mulroy sliding into your feed to tell you about Effect TS. Look, I can't believe this didn't go like more meme worthy. I know, right? I mean, this bird stole my dance moves. Okay? This bird stole my dance moves. This is one of my favorite like videos or gifs of the entire year. It's just so good. I can't stop watching it. Just when it's sliding in and out of the camera, like, dude. All right, I gotta stop looking at it. It's too distracting. And hey, what's up, Colton? Yeah, how you doing? As someone who has sat here setting up physical servers, both in person and remotely, you like Next. Yes, you are lazy. And yeah, I get that, Colton. Like, I don't think those two things are the same. The overlap of those two statements, like, you can you can do anything on cloud infrastructure. You don't need physical servers, right? You can set up a React SPA on Vercel or Netlify and just have An API routes directory. Yeah, right? Like, that's more IT than programming anyway. I understand that, Colton. I just think I think some of the abstractions that Next provides are unnecessary. Right? Like the way that they push their next image thing is actually incredibly like predatory. You can do optimized images without relying upon like runtime optimization of those things. You can optimize your images at build time. There's absolutely zero reason to use next image, in my opinion. There are better abstractions, right? And that is actually inherent in so much of what they build. So for all the good it does, the problems with it, I think, are way worse. Yeah, dude, I hate next image. I think it is absolutely like the worst image abstraction ever. You can optimize images at build time. It's actually really fucking easy. It's really fucking easy. What's up, Mr. Beta Skull? How you doing? Right? So for how bad Next image is, there are other things that are kind of just as bad in Next. There's a little bit that they're adding that makes it better. Okay, that makes sense, Colton. Um, so I made a reply. Theo did that, like, show me your stack and I'll roast it. He didn't roast mine because there's no way to roast it because it's perfect. No, I'm kidding. It's just a thing. Let me find it, though. Let me find it, though. Did I lose it? What the hell? What the shit? Dude, it was recent, wasn't it? Mr. Beta Skull, it was a joke. It was totally a joke. He has never worked at Twitter. Yeah, I'm in the replies list, which is why I'm like confused why I'm not seeing it. Oh, yeah, here we go. It got hidden. There we go. So yeah, this is basically the stack I like. For the front end, React Vite SPA for the app, Astro for marketing sites or docs. Right? Mark doc for the content. Boom. Right? Your application probably doesn't need that much like runtime image stuff. Your Astro site can just do that at build time, and you're done. It's actually really easy. Post-install execution, not sure if you have trust issues. Every single thing has that. Rust has a problem with it. I'm pretty sure you can make Elixir do that stuff. Raw Node.js has that problem. Dino has a way of preventing post-install hooks, but yeah, pretty much every language has that. Like, supply chain stuff is a really tough problem to solve. And oh shit, yeah, what is the song? I've never actually listened to that clip from DM Mulroy. Or not from DM Mulroy, but like that I tagged Dylan with. I didn't even realize there was a song. Because I always have like Twitter and Reddit muted. I assume it's a Michael Jackson song. Wait, what's this one there, Didev? Yeah, it makes sense. Like, honestly, this is something anything can do. Node.js can do it. Rust can do it. Pretty sure you can do it with Elixir. Any decent package management tool allows this because you gotta compile things for the architecture you're on. Otherwise, we get into way worse stuff. Dino has some protections, but at some point, you're going to just allow in your Dino project, and then if one of those dependencies gets compromised, then you're still fucked. Dino does have more protection for it, which is nice. But at some point, you're going to say, okay. And then if something gets compromised, well, you already allowed it, right? Right? Just make the right. Keep in mind, I said any decent package management system. Well, that excludes Maven, so you're good. Boom, roasted. Oh, hold on. Now I gotta look at something real quick. Should be a way to ensure integrity. I mean, DiDev, you can ensure the integrity all you want, but if the owner of the repository gets compromised, then the malicious attacker can sign things, you know? You could maybe fix that a little bit by having a local like GPG key to sign the things that you're pushing. Sure. But there's still the possibility of that being compromised. You know, there's no such thing as like absolute security. There's no such thing as, right? Like, even if they get compromised at the repo level, the person that compromised them can just update the GPG key and do that. Right? If my npm.js account gets compromised, the person that compromised it can just change the GPG key and upload a malicious thing. Problem solved. You know? There's basically no 100% solution for any of this stuff. And yeah, I get that Canadian bacon, but again, if your Apple account gets compromised, they can just do the code signing that way by uploading a new GPG key. There is a weak link in all of these chains. And an attacker will find it. I'm just making sure we don't have one of these in any of our stuff. Yeah, so we're good. Cool. I had to look at a work thing. Yeah, but the attacker can just, you know, if they know that process exists, they can just upload one that isn't compromised, and then the next one is compromised. With enough information, an attacker can exploit all these systems. How much information is afforded to them? Well, that's it, right? But it's one of those things where I love to consider the fact of how, like, Ryan Florence and a bunch of other people consider a focused attacker for one side of their argument, but not the other. Like, Ryan Florence is a huge fan of cookies and secure cookies that you can't access from JavaScript for authentication. His argument is, well, if my friend Michael Jackson, no relation, who runs Unpackaged, decides to add some malicious scripts as a middleman to any package you're getting in production via Unpackage, he could sniff for all of your local storage tokens. Well, okay, yeah, he could do that. But he could also just insert a script that makes a request on your behalf anyway, and you're still just as compromised. Nothing has changed there. A focused attacker knows all this shit and can figure it out. But you'll just notice in his arguments that he doesn't apply the same logic to the thing he's arguing against. You know what the big problem with that entire statement is? Don't use Unpackage in production. Problem solved. You know, like, what the fuck, dude? You're already strawmanning the argument with that. So yeah, I don't think it's a proper argument, but they treat it as this like mic drop moment. And it happens all the time in tech, where people argue for their thing using a thing that could totally apply, or they argue against some other thing that could totally apply to their thing too. It's disingenuous. right? Like, let alone the idea that, yeah, Michael Jackson wants to sniff for local storage tokens and stuff. Do you realize how big of a haystack that is for him to look for that needle of, like, compromising you specifically? That's a giant fucking haystack, you know? A focused attacker can get you. Well, yeah. A focused attacker is gonna get you. Because none of these things solve that problem. I'm not sure if he's changed his tune in that argument of cookies versus local storage. But, I haven't seen that argument in a long time. So maybe he's changed his tune, maybe he hasn't. I don't know. I don't think I had a Battle Stations channel. I think random works. We could create one if you want. Yes, exactly. Yep. All right, so let's go back and let's keep building on this. Didn't Microsoft create a quantum computer? I think they've had one for a while. Like, depends on what you mean by just. But, yeah, I think it's tricky. Oh, and Colton, yeah, I see your comment. You somewhat like Dino, but like all those protections and stuff can just be done at the OS level. Like, why do you need to tell Dino no, it can't access the internet when you can just tell the OS the app or user isn't allowed? Yeah, I get that, Colton. I think it's about portability. Like, at which point do you configure those things? The OS level is a bit heavy handed. Sometimes you do want it to, like an app or a user, and sometimes you don't. Dino allows you to explicitly allow list that. I think it's kind of a good idea. Yep. Yeah, like the OS level is a bit heavy handed. I think I agree with that. Yeah. Make sure the default is the most secure. That's tricky, Didev, because in almost every case, users will pick something that is easier to use rather than more secure. So if you add extra steps, they will opt for the thing that doesn't secure because they're lazy, right? So users are lazy. They will pick the insecure option every time if it is easier or takes less effort. Colton, what if they flip the flag to allow it internet? That's up to them, right? Like you as a user, do you not want the power over the thing that's your machine? No, I don't want some app to tell me what I can and can't do. I want the power to override that. Don't you dare try and take that power away from me. You as a dev, you don't want something restricting you from that. You want an escape hatch. If you have an escape hatch, people will misuse it. That's how it works, right? Some people want to shoot themselves in the foot. If they really want to do it, you're not going to stop them. You're just going to annoy them. My dad has a really good story about that. So, in most like old school, like 6-shooter kind of like gun holsters, they have a thing at the bottom of the holster that's basically like a redirector, right? It's like a metal thing that sits at the bottom so that your gun in the holster, if you end up pulling the trigger by accident, it'll at least deflect the bullet away from your foot. Like, this is literally where foot gun comes from. Well, my dad had a friend in New Mexico or Texas or wherever they lived that thought himself like a quick draw person, and he just wanted to grab his gun in the holster and twist it and shoot. So he removed that thing at the bottom. Well, one day he shot himself in the foot. At some point, you're not going to stop someone from shooting themselves in the foot if they're determined to shoot themselves in the foot. It's just not going to happen. But yeah, if you're like a quick draw artist for like old school, like old timey, like 6-shooter guns, yeah, it's way quicker to just twist the gun and shoot rather than pull it from the holster and shoot. Right? Or even just like, pulling it out versus twisting. It's half a millisecond. If you're a quick draw artist back in cowboy times, it could be between life and death. But there you go. Yeah. DiDev, right? C makes it easy to shoot yourself in the foot. C++ makes it harder, but when you do, it blows your whole leg off. Yep. There's all sorts of stuff around just try and make something idiot-proof. The universe will invent a better idiot. But real quick, yeah, we want to finish like doing these types and building out these functions at the engine level. And then we'll consider what it looks like to start integrating it into an application. But I gotta go pee, so I'll be right back. Give me a second. And man, it is getting warm out there. There you go, Code Spin. Touche. And yeah, this isn't making an argument for like, don't put in any effort to prevent people from shooting themselves in the foot, but give people an escape hatch. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Right. It's like the thing inside of walk-in freezers and walk-in coolers. It's illegal to build a walk-in cooler without a way to like undo the latch from the outside, even if there's a lock on it. It's illegal, at least here in the US, to build a walk-in cooler or freezer where the button to get out doesn't work if it's locked. That get out button absolutely must work, even if they put the lock on the latch, like from the outside, because people have died because of it, right? Where's a good place to hang out with an existential crisis? The bar. Sometimes you eat the bar, and sometimes the bar eats you. There you go. I know, right? You'd save so much money. You'd save so much money on rent. All right, basements are like way cooler in the summer. Man. And yeah, OP, thank you for that sub. I appreciate it. And man, yeah, the category is pretty dead today. There's really just only 1.1K viewers at prime time on a Saturday. Are people actually outside touching grass or something? That's weird. You just hope you don't move into your mom's basement anytime soon. Oh, it's 115 where you're at? Is that the UK? No, no, you've got to be like over. Like you're like Germany? Denmark, Denmark. Yeah, Germany would be like 1 hour further, even, right? Oh, is it? Wait, really? Shit. Oh, it is. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking Denmark was here, but that's like that's Belgium, maybe? Hold on. What's the one above Belgium then? Netherlands, that's it. Okay. Netherlands. Okay, yeah. All right, so I knew Belgium at least. Yeah, I guess I always forget that Denmark's like up here. Yeah. Yeah, I constantly forget that. I mean, I was pretty close. Come on. Okay, Europeans, show me where North Dakota is. Because I'm pretty sure North Dakota is bigger than Belgium. Maybe not. No, I don't know if it's bigger than Belgium. It's probably close, though. North Dakota is roughly 6 times larger than Belgium. Shit. I didn't actually know that. I didn't realize North Dakota was so damn big. I didn't realize Belgium was so damn small, actually. Belgium's basically the size of Vermont, like just slightly bigger than Vermont. Wow. Okay, that really puts it in perspective. So yeah, just saying. Like most Americans can at least find all 50 states. I'd like to see Europeans pull that one. Now, sorry, bad statement. Most Americans cannot do that. Good call, good call. My bad, my bad. Most was the wrong word. No, most was totally the wrong word. I know, right, Didev? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Oh, we got 2 fetch collection items functions. Right, and municipality is closer to like county instead, you know? Here in the US. Yeah, let's pour some more beverages. Oh, and hold on, hold on. To get out of Texas, you have to drive 5 hours in any direction other than towards the Gulf. I mean, depending on where in Texas, but like the center of Texas, yeah, sure. Any drive longer than 2 hours is long. Whereas here in the US, like, man, you know what? Mount Hood's actually kind of close. It's only 3 hours away. And that's 5 hours of Texas speeding. Dude, people drive fast in Texas. It's crazy. Like, really fast. It's crazy. From my experience, yeah. Right? Because, like, so many other roads are, like, straight. I mean, I think it's pretty typical to see people going, like, the flow of traffic being 15 miles over the speed limit. It's also pretty common to see an old person with their blinker on for 50 plus miles. Just because the roads are so straight. Like, there's nothing to toggle the blinker off, you know? Yeah, as long as you're going the flow of the rest of traffic, like, you can be going fast. I would say, yeah, I don't know what the posted speed limits are on their highways. But I'd bet, like, the flow of traffic being 85 makes sense. Mm-hmm. Most highways at 75. You have two that are at like 85. Damn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For a place where a speed limit's 85, you'll definitely see people going like close to 100. Like, no problem. It's crazy to me. Like, man. I've driven some like vans to where, like, dude, if I drove 75 in this van, I'd have to fill up every 5 miles. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. And some of those like Quaker and Amish type areas. Yeah, you're going 70 and a party bus flew past you in Miami. Yeah, that stuff's so gnarly to me. Yeah, people drive crazy. I'm looking forward to that iRobot future when we finally have like full self-driving cars and it's looked at as insane to drive the vehicle yourself. Because I really don't trust people. Yeah, Mr. Beta Skull, but also in the EU, you'll get a ticket for hogging the lane, right? Yeah, the funniest thing, chaotic, is people that say, well, slow drivers are far more dangerous than fast drivers. There's not a single thing that backs up that data. There's not a single fucking thing that backs up that data or that statement. There's no data to back up that statement. Doesn't prevent them from spewing that BS on subreddits, but they are fundamentally just wrong. Ooh, there you go, Code Spent. Ooh. There might be something to that. Right? Like the more time you spend on the road, the higher the probability. So just drive faster and you're on the road less. Problem solved. I don't think that's how it works, but you'll definitely find people to argue it that way. That's kind of funny. I like that. Sure, totally. All right, so get collection by ID, get collection by name. I think instead we could combine those. Yeah, I've seen some like horror stories about the Tesla stuff. There was one just within the past week of it just a car passed it and it decided to drive totally off the road. But we do have some fully self-driving cars within like set boundaries. Like Waymo. Waymo is awesome, man. I definitely say thank you, Waymo, after every ride in it, just in case, you know. If the robot uprising happens, Waymo will be like, you know what? He's one of the good ones. I mean, I'm not going to tip Waymo. Come on. Not insane. Or I'm not that insane. Yeah, it's really good, and you don't have to tip, right? There's no driver in it. You can crank the AC as much as you want. Like, you know, you get to pick the music, like all that shit. Like, dude, yeah, Waymo's nice. And it's typically like cheaper than Lyft and Uber as well. It's frankly, it's kind of crazy. I really like Waymo. But yeah, so far the current problem, and here's the thing, like I've seen Waymos on the freeway, so I'm not sure what the deal is there. Maybe it was just someone driving it elsewhere, but like when I was coming back from or when I was going from the airport to my hotel in Arizona, I did a Lyft the first day just because I had forgotten about Waymo technically. But I definitely saw Waymos on the freeway. So I thought they had them, but maybe it was just someone transporting the Waymo. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I drove from like the office of GitKraken to the airport in a Waymo, and it totally like took like back roads, which was weird. Like it was super weird. Ooh, now hold on. I want to hear what song that was on that clip. Because for some reason, I have never listened to the audio of that thing I tagged DM Mulroy on. I'm pretty sure it's a Michael Jackson song from other comments I've seen. But I just got to hear it real quick. Okay, this one. Okay. It's this song. Yeah, yeah. For some reason, I thought it was going to be like the Mama Say, Mama Sa, Mamakusa, like part or whatever. Which I think is the same song, right? I think it's the same song. I don't know. I'm not sure. You saw some in LA? Okay. Yeah, yeah. San Fran was the first place I saw them. I think maybe I had like seen one in Arizona and hadn't considered it, but first time I rode in one was San Fran. Um, Oliver from Porfor, New Duck, or Canada Hunk. You might know him by. He's really into the Waymos. And yeah, it's just really nice. Like, yeah, not having to deal with a human driver. It's kind of nice. Even though, like, yeah, no, Waymo is actually a terrible driver. Like, It'll put on its blinker to try and get over. And then the moment a spot opens up, it turns the blinker off and then just keeps going. Like, when it's detecting, like, an obstruction in front of it at a stoplight, it thinks, well, you know what? I'm probably in the wrong lane. I'll move over. And then things start moving again. It's like, oh, never mind. I don't need to. That would be the most annoying human driver in the world. Just any obstruction, they're constantly changing lane. But I still trust Waymo more than I trust human drivers. I was trying to catch a flight from Atlanta to Austin for an event last year. And the driver in Atlanta decided, oh, this lane's too slow. I'm gonna get in the other one, and missed like the proper exit. So he ended up going the wrong way for a few miles to then like recorrect. And then, oh, you know what? He's like almost out of gas. So he pulled over to a gas station to like fill up or whatever. On the way to the airport, like, dude, I got a flight to catch, man. Like, what the fuck, dude? That was the worst driver I've had on any platform, like Uber, Lyft, whatever. He was a nice dude, but holy shit, man. Yeah, exactly, dude. It was sketchy. It was super fucking sketchy. I mean, it's probably no more dangerous than Magic City, right? Magic City is a strip club in Atlanta. The door guys have automatic weapons, right? Like the security at Magic City, they all have automatic weapons and fucking body armor. That's gnarly. That's fucking gnarly. Sounds like your local Kmart? Do you live in Philly? I thought you lived over in, like, near Pittsburgh. Oh, you live outside Detroit. There you go. Detroit, Philly, tomato, tomato. You just moved from Philly. There you go. Yeah, I feel like you used to be in the Pittsburgh area, though, right? Back when you'd see, like, the delivery trucks, like, drive past you and then loop around and all that bullshit just to avoid left turns. Yeah, I remember that story. And what's up, Amir? Yep. Yep, yep. Yeah, I remember all that. For sure, man. Yeah, who knows? Like, dude, my memory is weird. It remembers all sorts of stuff, which I'm proud of. I really like it. Uh, yeah, I often remember stuff that other people don't. But there's something kind of nice about that. When you end up remembering something like that, it really like connects with people. So if you're looking to improve your just like work relationships and everything, having a good memory is one of the best things you can do. And you can practice having a good memory. You can absolutely like improve your memory. It kind of just boils down to actually listening. Great. All right, hold on. Let me read that. Yeah, older clients love it when you remember their name. Yep. Prime actually covered an article about like having a good memory in the software engineering world. Okay, I don't remember that one. I feel like I would have seen the article at least, but yeah. Made you think of a comic book hero you always thought was most tragic, Scott-Free, aka Mr. Miracle. His struggle with him being the greatest escape artist. Okay. It wasn't the main topic, just adjacent. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Like it really does. Yeah, I've had a bunch of times where like it's really helped. No. Like, dude, it's a stream. We're here to chat. Like, duh. I'm not worried about it. No, I appreciate it. This is kind of the fun part, right? Like the softer side of software dev. So much more fun than arguing about programming languages and bullshit. There's the kappa. All right, so yeah, get collection by ID, get collection by name. You know what? Yeah, we can abstract all this. Uh, Big kappa. Yep, capitato. All right, so yeah. I like that idea. Yeah, we're gonna do just this bit. And really, get collection doesn't actually need to do... Oh, wrong place for that. All right, so we got get collection there. Get collection items, I don't think cares about current adapter either. Yep, we don't need to do that because then it's just a simple const collection. Right, we'll still want to throw there. Getting the collection, we don't necessarily want to throw inside of this function. Right, because consumers may want to like check that part. All right, so then fetching collection items. Yeah, fetch, we need to do the current adapter part. So then for this part, our adapter abstraction needs a get directory as well. I think the type is wrong, but we'll keep building out the engine just to see about it. So this thinks it's going to be a string when instead we get these. I don't think we need to do the get file thing. And it will come back as strings. Yeah, no, so I think we're good there. Our error handling here could be better. Right, so when we fetch the collection items, we set them on our internal collection items thing here, and then we can also return the value if we want it that way. Still not sure about the genericness of this. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to like actually start consuming and using this stuff. But at least we can fill in the blanks. Adding to the collection. Yeah, so what I'm wondering is like, is add to collection just a local operation, or is it a PR operation too? We're gonna want to like implement some like sync functions. And I'm guessing, like, yeah, adding an item to the collection, we probably want to return the collection itself. Okay, so yeah, to do create PR, commit changes to main. There's definitely more stuff we're going to have to do here, but we can at least do that part. So then remove from collection. Instead of that, I mean, it's Monokai. Like, dude, find a theme you like and deal with it. Worrying about your theme is one of the most boring and wasteful things you can do. If you find yourself changing your theme more often than once every few years, you're really fucking up. In my opinion. It's not something you should care that much about. I just said it, bro. I literally said it before I started letting you know you're wasting time, and now you're wasting more time. All right, so yeah, what we want to do here is something like that, maybe. And I probably want to do that inside of like a thenable after creating the PR or directly making the changes. Because if we can't create the PR and can't create the changes, there's definitely something like fundamentally wrong here. One second, Nico. Scratch.mit.edu. I don't even know what it is. Is it like Scratch, like the programming language? No. If you're trying to teach kids or something, go for it. But trying to learn programming, I think Scratch is a bad idea. Like as an adult. Let me get more music on. Let me figure out which album. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna do this Faltermeyer album. This one's good. I don't have one. Those conversations are super boring. All right, so we got way more to-dos to fill in still. All right, so updating an item in a collection. Hmm. Hey, Anthony Shu just saw it. So yeah, if we end up seeing the turbo repo bot or turbo bot or whatever they call it temp account, with some proper Vercel branding, I did that. Well, technically, Anthony's doing that, but because I told him about it. I'm basically DevRel for Vercel now. And somewhere, Guillermo Rauch just got a really uneasy feeling by me saying that. There was a disturbance in the Vercel force. All right, so JLem. Quick question. Do I ever sketch out ERDs to plan my database models, or do I mostly build straight from my DOM? Because I already know the structure I want. Just wondering how I approach it as someone who's been doing this a while. I don't do diagrams, but I will do what I consider a nice process that a previous teacher taught. So let me just do this. We'll just call it temp.ts. Or let's just say markdown. So I'll go through and I'll think about the things that will be in the database, right? So if we consider like the CFP tracker that I'm kind of like building what we're building right now for. So there would be a conference. And we wouldn't even think about the IDs or the types of these fields. We just want to think about like the things, right? So there'd be a URL. There would be a created date. There would be a start date, right? Created date would be like kind of metadata, right? That's just for us like sorting things, right? The conference would have a start date and end date, CFP end date, right? The URL for the site, and a title, a location, sure. Cool, so that's our conference. We would also have a talk, and a talk would maybe be a title for the talk, a description, a duration in minutes, probably not hours. We could even say like is lightning or something, but we'll leave that for now. So title, description, outline, etc. Cool. So those are like the things that exist within this app. So then once I have those outlined, I would then go through and start actually thinking about the tables. But I'll never create like a diagram because I'm not a visual programmer like that. But if we want to think about these tables, well, yeah, conferences. And then we start thinking about, well, ID, we'll say, you know, we'll use UIDs, so we'll call it string for now, right? We do all that stuff, sure. But really, like, at this point, we want to start saying, like, what kind of string. So this is going to be a char, let's say 32, right? Name, that's going to be a char, let's just say 256. Sure, why not? Right? So this is where you start actually like listing out what these things are going to be. So at this point, we would go through and create the actual tables, and then our pivot tables and things like that would be in here. So give me a sec, I'll show you. Basically, yeah, URL will say 256. Let's just get rid of that and see what we think. So then from there, yeah, name, start date is actually like, I don't know, like, I think they usually have date times in there or something, right? We'll say char 256 for location. Description is probably a text field, right? Start date, date time, CFP end date. Wait, was that in there? Oh, it was CFP end date. We don't care about the start date of a CFP. CFP URL we don't have. Proposed talk IDs would not be embedded. So then, bam, there's our table for that. And sure, maybe we're missing some stuff. created at, right? Cool, whatever. So then we do talks. And let's just hammer it out because I don't care enough, right? Cool, there we go. And then from there, this would be conference talks. Conference ID, talk ID. Sure, created it. Bam. And yeah, no worries, Jalen, right? But this is where, like, you know, you think about the things you have first. Then you start building out the tables and their types. And then once you have the types, you can start thinking about the relations and how you want to embed those. For the most part, right, we want to have many talks and many conferences, and the same talk ID could be applied to multiple conferences. So we do need a pivot table for that. So like a many-to-many. Bam. Right? Done. Problem solved. Now, if you were to then take this and generate it, well, yeah, there are tools that could create like a cool ERD diagram for you or whatever, right? But in my opinion, having this in this kind of structure as like the source of truth, I like that better than a diagram, personally. Like in general, once you've got this, you'd go create the actual like SQL schema. And then the SQL schema would generate like the ERD diagram. I don't like treating an ERD diagram as a source of truth. It's a representation of what you have. So technically, once you build out this schema and then you run the ERD diagram generator off of the schema, you might see it and recognize that, oh, there's something that's not connected in a way that it should be. But it, like, I use the ERD as more of like a helper than as a source of truth. Because then it means you can just regenerate it and put it into docs. So really, like, the source of truth is the SQL for generating the tables. But the main idea is you want this. And technically, like, for this part, you would actually maybe do, like, talks. Right? For this part, you might do authors. I will pretty much never embed these on the item until, like, later, after, like, the fetches have happened and it's just the REST API response. I might embed things that way, but I'll never treat like this as just some, like, you know, denormalized value. So, like, you know, talks as like an array of talks. Like, no. That's not how the schema works. So this would at least like help you understand how these things sync up. And yeah, we got authors there. So yeah, maybe we should create an author with a name and bio and, I don't know, image URL. Sure, why not? So as you're like listing out just simply like the things that have properties, right? This is just like the nouns of it. Then you extrapolate it into the SQL like tables and fields. And then once you've got the SQL tables and fields and like the pivot tables and all that stuff, generating the ERD is super easy. But like, really, you follow this, you build the ERD, you look at the ERD, and if it doesn't actually match like your mental model at all, you can figure out where it doesn't, and then maybe you need to create a new table. Like if I had forgotten this part, the ERD diagram would just show these two tables sitting there with no connection between them. Okay, so I missed something, right? I'm not saying you have to do this. This is just the way that I think about the data modeling. And I'm not saying I'm some expert, but this works for me. You will absolutely need ERD diagrams for work, etc., right? for documenting so that your boss can approve it, who's just a manager. They don't read SQL. Yep, you're going to need an ERD diagram. For onboarding new devs so that they can understand a mental map of this stuff, you're going to need an ERD diagram. And I know diagram is in the name, but you know what I mean. As far as like scaffolding these things, though, yeah, the ERD is like the last step. And it's just all about like, what do you consider the source of truth? Because if you start with an ERD, there are programmatic ways to build an ERD. And then you could maybe just generate a schema from it. It's just more effort and it requires very specific tooling. But yeah, you know, if you got another approach, I'd love to kind of hear it. I'm sure there's some really cool stuff you could do there. I just find it's easier to iterate on these steps than it is to iterate on an ERD. Yep, yeah, I like the ERD as a validation step and a documentation step. So yeah, anyone remember rational rows and how that had round trip updating to generate code from the diagram and update the diagram from the code, and how it would scatter IDs and comments to keep track? I don't remember that whatsoever. What was rational rows? Like, if you got a link, surely feel free to share it. I do have to go pee, so give me a second. I'll at least show some code or something on screen while we're doing it, but yeah, I gotta go pee. BRB. Alvizin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. That was a little while back. Sorry for missing it. Okay, so yeah, hold on. It was software that business analysts could draw their UML diagrams to map out the system, and it would generate the code functions classes, and it would comment those with IDs, and then if the code got updated and new classes were added, it would see that there were no IDs and create them on the diagram. So developed by Rational Software, now part of IBM, for object-oriented software development. It's primarily used for creating UML diagrams to visualize, specify, document, and construct software systems. Okay. I think it makes sense. All right, so let's get back to it. And yeah, we're having a good old chill Saturday. What are y'all up to? Anything fun? Still on the fence of what I'm eating tonight? It might be warm enough to do like some cocktail shrimp. You know, and not necessarily cocktail, but like cold shrimp tossed in seasoning and just eat that. It's low calorie, so it'll offset the entire 2 liter of Coca-Cola I've had today. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I need to stop drinking soda. Ken Webster Hypno Show. Okay. Trying to launch your website, login, and sign up off AWS. You're using Cognito, I'm guessing. All right, so back to the engine. Yeah, so here's the biggest thing, Ophi. If you call up AWS for support, you'll get one person who maybe knows a handful of the products. And if you ask about one they don't know, they got to get someone else on the line. So with like it's probably like 100 products now, your likelihood of getting someone that knows all of your AWS stack is pretty much zero. Ooh, updating items is tricky. Hmm. I mean, Azure's just as big. You're going to have the same problem at any big cloud. Right. Hold on. Sorry, I just saw something weird. Huh. Yeah, this is an interesting post someone made about the biggest assholes on Twitter. I think it's odd. Like, am I not following Gary Bernhardt? Because I don't see any of his tweets, like, ever. Like, ever. Yeah, I am following him. I never see him tweet. Oh. Oh, he hasn't done anything on this platform for over a year. Got it, got it. Ooh, but damn, he has some good tweets. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's genius. Who the hell called them security researchers and not pseudoscientists? Right? Like pseudo, like pseudo. Like, oh man, that's good. Yeah, Gary's the best. Gary's the best. All right, let's get some more music. Yeah, what album should we get going? This one's good. Yeah, this one's solid. Okay, so back to it. Yeah. The problem I have with the update in collection function is that I'm not actually sure. Like, I'm not actually sure how we're going to track pending update state. Nice, Sophie. Yeah, I'll check it out offline at some point, maybe. I'd recommend sharing it over in our Discord. Like we got a music channel in Discord. I don't typically do song requests here on stream. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It'll definitely be something I can track better if it's over in our Discord channel. Yeah, I think we're gonna disable updates for now. All right, so then remove from collection. Yeah, what if we just like pass the collection? Right, so we'll return empty array there. Right, so we can set empty arrays. All right, so that might be enough for the engine methods at the moment. Let's go see what they're yelling at us about. This is not types anymore. This is validators. All right, so then at this point, we really do want to start trying to scaffold out the application to see if we have everything we need for an app. It's going well, Standard. How about you? Just got back from Belltown. Was hanging out with some pals. Nice. Yeah, what'd you hit up over in Belltown? A pancake brunch. Okay. Indie. There you go. That's the thing we're working on. It's a quick abstraction for work. All right, so we don't have an MSW adapter. All right, so adapter GitHub. No, do not update imports. Adapter MSW. So then, yeah, let's go modify this. All right, so I think we will end up still doing stuff with OctoKit types. I'm not sure OctoKit endpoint matters, but yeah, we want the MSW one to mimic the GitHub provider for now, at least. Yeah, all that looks pretty good. One thing I think I want to do, though, is we're going to find ISC. And replace it with MIT. Oy. All right, so yeah, this adapter still has a bunch of stuff that is broken with it, and we'll call that good for now. Yeah, so that one we'll ignore for now. All right. All right, we can do PNPM dev from the top level, but we got some errors. So yeah, adapter.ts fails. That one fails. Those are good. I do like this this UI they got going for Turbo Repo. This is cool. pretty cool. Oh, and I'm curious. I'm going to guess that Algo Bro is probably out tonight. Oh, and Code Spent. Yeah, dude, your dev space is looking good, man. That's clean. Dude, that underglow from the keyboard is really nice. So yeah, go check out Random if you want to see, like, Random in our Discord where Code Spent posted their build stuff. Yeah, it's a nice setup. I like it. What's on the mini monitor? Like the one in, like, yeah. What's on that? Is that your terminal? All right. So yeah, haven't heard from Robotic Head yet. We might in a little bit. We'll see. But until then, we can keep going. I can pour some more whiskey. And yeah, it's crazy how many, like, fewer viewers there are in this category on holiday weekends. Like, you never realize how prevalent the US community here is in the category. Because it feels worldwide. Like, we chat with people from all over, you know? All right, let's do a quick sip and pour of the rest of that soda. And yeah, it's starting to chill out a bit. I'm thinking chili dogs sound really good for dinner. Like, it's a solid chili dog weekend. All right, so yeah, let's keep looking at what we're trying to do here. So that's from some old code. We're definitely missing some stuff because we're not tracking mutations in the right way. What we can do here, though, is update this. So yeah, this is going to be MSW. I don't know what icon we'd be looking for here. Actually, maybe that was fine. We can leave that. Primary color and secondary color, though. Let's go look at mock service worker. Oh, interesting. They're detecting the right click on the logo. Ooh, I'm not sure if I like that, but it is interesting. So then, yeah, where do we get the icon from? Icon.svg. Ooh, and they're using Astro. Nice. Okay, so now I want to check that for GitHub. Right? Could we do something other than like the ICO file? Hey, what's up, Casper? How you doing? We'll do the shout out here in just a second. Give me just a moment. Fluidicon.png. Sure. Just before I forget about it, let's do this part. Okay, so yeah, what were you up to, Casper? The friendly ghost. Making an online RPG. What are you building it with? Like, what framework or language or any of that stuff? And maybe I asked before, but let us know. Yeah, so TypeScript and Solid.js and Pixie. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Solid's good. I would say Solid is probably better for games than it even is for like web apps, in my opinion, because for a game, you don't need quite as many like Solid specific libraries and things like that. Because you're letting Pixie do like the, take over most of that rendering. So then Solid's basically just for like your forms, like your like your UI widgets and application state, which I think is smart. That was the problem I had with Solid. There just weren't like libraries for building web apps that well, in my opinion. Like components and like there's no shed CN equivalent for Solid. I think there's something that tries to be it, but just doesn't do it. But they're working on it all the time. Was it Solid UI that I'm thinking of? I think it was Solid UI. Hey, maybe not Solid UI. Anyone else remember? What Solid like component library was really good? Not material. Oh, Cobalt. That was it. Cobalt. And I think there's like a wrapper on top of Cobalt too. So yeah, if you wanted to get this, yeah, you'd bring it in. But yeah, there's no like shed CN equivalent, which I find annoying. But you use Solid for the UI and to improve the Pixie scene graph. It's nice to have the async data loading and context features of Solid. Yeah, exactly. Right, like the signals and being able to pass that from like route to route and all that. Yeah, my first like major Solid application was Githium. I'm not sure if you remember that one. And I'm sure there's some stuff we could do, like UI-wise, to improve the experience of this. But basically, if you wanted to create, like, shareable GIFs, right, you could generate it. It does take a little bit on slower devices. You could download the GIF, or you could even enable video by downloading FFmpeg, and then you can download the MP4. And I've got bugs with that for some reason. Yeah, I won the Solid.js hackathon with this. Yeah, it was fun. And it was $5,000. But yeah, part of it was like we even ported Aunt Foo's like Shiki magic move, which is doing the animations. We ported that to Solid as well, which is cool. So yeah, it was fun. What's up, Mr. Pamper Carrot? But yeah, you can modify stuff, right? You can do a gradient for the background, change the theme. I don't know, Monokai. And it animates and all that stuff. Like, yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. This was like a fun one. Yeah. We made this for the hackathon. And yep, we won. You can change the font family. Word wrap should be turned on. I'm curious why that's not showing in this. So there's definitely bugs, like stuff we'd have to fix. If we generate it, I feel like it does do the word wrap, so maybe it's just part of the preview, but no, never mind. I think we tried doing word wrap, and it was like a broken experience, so we opted not to do it and just let the user decide. But yeah, like look at how the width slider on the left is in sync with like our dragging and dropping, or our dragging of the sides. Oh no, yeah, it was a fun project. And yeah, there's always more to do. I'm sure we can improve the layout. We can do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, there's definitely some bugs though. Like notice how like when we did the generation of the GIF, or sorry, of the video, right? Like the MP4 actually worked that time. Oh shit. All right. So yeah, I'm not sure what it is on the initial download, but yeah, you can generate MP4s with it too, using FFmpeg right there in the browser. Yeah, it was a fun little project to make. So yeah, what part of your game were you working on today there, Casper? I will point out, like winning the hackathon isn't as much of an achievement as I would like, because I was able to leverage my community here and like, social media and all that kind of jazz. Because it was like publicly voted on, it meant that anyone with an audience had a leg up. I think there were some other cool apps that people made too. So I will probably opt out of the hackathon this year. I'll help promote it and all that stuff, but yeah. So yeah, improving client-side game state change prediction, not even detection, but prediction. Oh, interesting. So what does that mean? Like, can you give us like a use case for that? Like the prediction aspect of it? Is that similar to like someone goes to hover a button and you modify the like in like a Next.js app, when you hover a link, it'll start preloading that link just because, hey, an extra 100 milliseconds of fetching before you start loading makes it feel snappier. Something kind of like that. Like you can do some of the heavy calculations. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah. Like you're getting snapshots of where things are, but then you have to like interpolate between them. Got it. No, that makes sense. I get it. It sounds tricky because if you do it the wrong way, like people start like clipping through walls and stuff like that, right? It's still a bit scuffed. No, it's a very hard problem to solve. So yeah, I'm curious about how you're doing something like that. That's cool. First time doing a multiplayer game. Gotcha. And are you using any like libraries or anything to make that easier? Or is it all like hand rolled? Trying to think of some of the libraries that exist for that stuff. Like even Party Town would kind of help, you know? I think Party Town. I might be thinking of the wrong thing. No, so not Party Town. What's the one that the Cloudflare guy worked on? It was like Party Kit. Party Kit. That was it. Okay, so you did that stuff from scratch. Got it. Yeah, I would say Party Kit's probably... does it actually still work? Like, could you pay for it? Oh, interesting. Because, yeah, I thought he spun it down. There's some other, like, sync services, like WebSocket things, like PartyKit. But yeah, MP, online multiplayer RPG made in TypeScript. Oh, and we can even check out the game? Oh, so you're, like, doing, like, live iteration on it? We gotta sign in? I don't know. I don't know. No, we're good. I think guest mode would be good. Okay, so here I am. I'm getting my ass kicked. Help! Help! Thanks, Casper. Oh, we could even like attack each other, which I don't wanna, but yeah. Okay. Oh, this is fun. Where's the beach? Right near the beach, boy. Run away! Oh, I'm dying. And I think I died. You are dead. Yeah. Oh, the seashell squares. Okay. And that's where, like, you heal or whatever? Oh, okay. Yeah, how do you heal? Is there a way to heal? And no worries if not. I'm just curious. You die to heal. Okay. This is nice. This is fun. Yeah, this is super cool, dude. Good job. Basically a walking simulator. Yep. I mean, you can make big money off walking simulators. Just ask Hideo Kojima. But yeah, cool stuff, man. Okay, so you're using Keycloak. I'm guessing like self-hosted on like a VPS or something. Your database is Postgres and Drizzle. What'd you build the backend with? Is it just pure JavaScript? So a Docker Compose stack on a VPS, sure. Like I see databases Postgres and Drizzle, but okay, pure TypeScript for the backend. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, cool stuff. All right, so you're just doing like raw PNPM workspaces. Cool. Oh, it's fine, Grunble. What VPS are we using these days? It depends. Like, what are you trying to do? That's going to matter more. If you don't care about the thing, then you can just find some BS stuff over on like low end box where it's almost guaranteed they're going to oversell, but it's cheap enough that you probably don't care. Hold on. Where's like the cheapest deals? VPS under $1. Here you go. So yeah, if you're trying to get something super cheap, some of these VPS under $1 things are good to like mess around with and fiddle with because it's cheaper than DigitalOcean, right? Cheaper than AWS, cheaper than basically anything. And you get some decent stuff out of it. But it's possible that these companies disappear or they oversell their servers or all sorts of stuff. But if you're just trying to get something so you can like learn and fiddle with it, these are great. Hetzner's fine too, but I'm just pointing out it depends on what you're trying to do. If Hetzner works for you, then do it. If you already know, then just do it. Like, I don't know, man. At this point, basically anything besides GoDaddy. Go for it. You needed a lot of RAM for the Docker stack. Yeah, makes sense. Like how much RAM? Pretty sure Keycloak wants at least like a gig, right? So then there's the overhead on top of that. So yeah, at that point, if you're doing Hetzner, sure. So yeah, with Hetzner, maybe not the Germany, but USA. 2 gigs of RAM for $6 is pretty solid. If you needed 4, yeah, 10, sure. Yeah, the Grafana stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. So you're running Grafana locally instead of using Grafana Cloud? Okay. I remember Grafana Cloud being like pretty reasonably priced. And even like the free tier being pretty good. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Grafana Cloud is incredibly reasonable at the free tier, like for learning and all that stuff. Cloud databases are always way more than VPS. I mean, Grafana I would consider way more than just a database. Like, way more than just a database. No, Grafana is more like you could do Sentry like stuff with it. Grafana is more, it's more like Datadog. Yeah, or New Relic. Whereas Sentry only checks like some of the boxes, Grafana has all this other stuff built into it that you can like connect up to. Sentry's great. Don't get me wrong. Like Grafana's just like has like more of the dashboards that you would want. Yeah, I'd say Datadog is a closer comparison to Grafana than anything else, as far as the cloud service goes. Sentry's fantastic though. Don't get me wrong. Like I really like Sentry. Like you'd still probably be better off piping Sentry data to Grafana for like your like having all your dashboards in one place kind of thing. Like the more Sentry evolves, the more overlap there's going to be. So yeah, I'm sure David Kramer would call me a jerk for saying that they're not the same because I'm sure like that's part of the market he's trying to attack, right? But one thing to just recognize is like metrics, logs, traces. These things right here are basically like if you think about open telemetry, these are the core parts of open telemetry as well. And Sentry is trying to like abstract things in a way that's not necessarily open telemetry based. Because I think it existed before open telemetry was a big thing. Yeah, Grafana's fantastic. Like it's really cool. And totally self-hostable. Yeah, your VPS could totally do all that, Albedo. Yep. Depends on how beefy your VPS is. And there's definitely something to be said about, well, if you co-locate your database and your backend, it means that you're no longer able to scale the backend independently, right? So to start off, yeah, backend database on the same machine, go for it. That's how Levels.io does most of his things, right? Most of his things. I'm sure he's migrated and improved things, but yeah, you can totally do that. One thing I think is funny is that like there's all these people that talk about like scaling databases and all that stuff. When I think Cursor is just, their backend like is doing the scaling how they need, but their database is just like one giant database machine. From what I've heard. And Cursor is the fastest growing business of all time, basically. So you can get away with not scaling your database for a long time. Like, databases have gotten really performant. Like, not horizontally scaling your database. Well, I get it. I get it, Tommy. Yeah, we're building a thing so that you can treat GitHub as your database. Damn right. Same basic idea. Let me get more music going. Ooh, this album's good. Yeah. Yeah. Trapdoor, it depends on what you're trying to do. Are you doing it for learning purposes, or are you doing it to build a product? If you're trying to build a product, use something that exists. If you're doing it for learning purposes, then yeah, try and build it. I will simply point out, you may not want to do username password. Do the OAuth thing. Then it's not even your problem. Now, so you don't want to solve both cases at the same time in the same project. I wouldn't recommend that. You need to pick one. If the thing you're building is a learning project, then treat it like a learning project. If you're trying to build something for production, it's a totally separate list of questions to ask about what you should do and what you shouldn't. If the thing you're building, you want to make a production thing you could make money from, I would actually go make a separate, smaller learning project so that you can move quicker. So Abdu chimes in over on YouTube. At work, we have a single database that has 64 cores, something like 300 gigs of RAM with a few dozen terabytes of data. Right? And it's just a single machine. And you can scale that shit. Yeah, that shit will handle a lot of users. It's totally fine. It creates a single source of failure. Well, sure, but you know what your load balancer in front of your cluster is? A single source of failure. At some point, you're going to have a single source of failure somewhere in the chain. It's hard to escape. And the people that need to solve that aren't you. In most cases, right? It's a really, really, really nice problem to have to worry about that kind of scale. If you're not making enough money to pay someone who knows better by that point, you're doing something wrong. It's not likely to recover very quickly. Yeah, that's true. You know what's also tough to recover very quickly? A horizontally scalable cluster of database read replicas. Because you're going to have something in front of it that is your single source of failure. Are you paying an engineer $150K a year to make sure that stuff doesn't go down? If not, you've got the same problem. Are you going to be able to recover it quickly? You got other shit to do, you know? At least, that's my opinion of it. I don't know. I haven't made any products myself solo that need to handle those problems. Until I do, it's all speculation. So Abdu chimes in, Ketos, since you can't see it. The recovery / switchover for that database is 3 minutes. Yeah, and depending on what you're doing, 3 minutes is fine. If you're Amazon, 3 minutes could be millions of dollars. If you haven't done the math of how much 3 minutes of downtime is, you're not equipped to decide what type of scalability you need. But for Amazon's marketplace, 3 minutes could be millions and millions of dollars. That can be a problem. But yeah, Abdu, I'm not sure if you saw Ketos' comment. 3 minutes is very impressive for that. So yeah, I agree. God, I just saw this again. God, this video is just so good. This video is just so good. For working in companies like Amazon on anything, you have to be a very smart dev. No. They employ stupid devs just like every other company does. The people at the top level are very smart. But the people in the trenches, nah, man, there's idiots working at all of the top FANG companies. Oh, absolutely. They can pass a leak code, but they can't build anything productive to save their lives. You know, those people exist. All right, and it's not even entry level. There are people in like mid-level dev roles that suck. Like, dude, they're like basically unemployable, but somehow they got their way in and worked their way up. There are people like that at every company. What up, Red Dev? How you doing? Red Dead Revolver? Red Dev Revolver? Yeah, exactly, Ketos. Yep, yeah. How many algorithms have you memorized to get through their leak code bullshit? Like, yeah, there are people who are really good at those things and then don't know anything about building software, right? Like solving actual problems. It's the nature of the industry, but big companies have to have some kind of criteria to filter people by because they're dealing with thousands upon thousands of applications for every role. Yeah, Trapdoor. And that same dude shipped his API keys up to GitHub. Yeah. I wouldn't hire that dude either. He sounds like a dunce to me. Yeah, what was the name of that product? Was it like Interview Coder or something like that? Anyone remember the name? Interview Coder. That was it. Interview Coder had its API keys public in their GitHub. A few people dumped the Supabase DB and now have the emails and names of anyone who signed up to that cheating service. Right? Like, dude's like the definition of a vibe coder. You can hammer something out, but can't build an actual product. Right? Like a product that does the right thing, you know? All right? So, yes, of course he got fired from Columbia. Because he doesn't actually care about due diligence. He doesn't care about putting in the effort. He just wanted to ship some bullshit. It's the vibe coder fucking mantra. Ship at all costs. Right? Technically, didn't, like, Mark Liu do that with one of his, like, things? Like this fucking dude? Right? Didn't he have some, like, crazy vulnerabilities in ShipFast? Like, just think about it. This dude is selling you a course to learn how to code in weeks, not years, to ship your startup in days, not months. And they're his most successful products, not actual products. Just selling people fucking hope. This dude's a goddamn charlatan. Those who can, do. Those who can't, sell bullshit courses. And bullshit boilerplates. When he's been failing for years. Exactly, dude. Like, it's ridiculous, dude. Fucking ridiculous. Matisse Tech lost his job to AI? Damn, that sucks. Because he's smart as fuck. He does some cool stuff. Yeah, dude, Mark Liu is a snake oil salesman. Not a fan. But I can't say that shit on social media. We would get brigaded real fast. Yeah, exactly, Red Dead. Like, here's the biggest thing to think about. The creation of the calculator. Did it kill accounting jobs or did it create more accounting jobs? It created more accounting jobs. There were devs that lost their job to the calculator, but it meant that more businesses could actually afford to have accountants. It wasn't just a thing for big companies. Every company could afford an accountant at that point. So now there are more accountants than there have ever been since before the invention of the calculator. What about AGI? What AGI? You mean the pipe dream that AI companies are trying to sell you? Of course they're going to sell you that shit. If you believe AI CEOs about anything they're telling you, you are terribly naive. Yes, the Replit guy makes money off convincing you that they've got AGI right around the corner. Sam Altman makes money off convincing you that they've got AGI right around the corner. All these companies are hiring devs still. All of these companies are still hiring software devs. Yeah, AI CEOs are convincing bullshit artists. That's their job. They're selling the dream, not the product. But don't listen to them. Don't think they're telling you the absolute truth. Their literal job is to lie. To convince you that theirs is the absolute best product, whether it is or isn't. More than 5 pages of tech jobs at OpenAI. And they pay really well from what I've heard. So, yeah, like, go for it, man. I'm curious about that now. Do they need a DevRel? Devin is the name of it, albeit. No, technically, Devin is still valuable, right? There was a thing that Lee Rob from Vercel posted, and Devin was like the only thing that actually completed the task properly of like the ones he evaluated. So Devin is actually still valuable, but it's not the you're going to fire your entire dev team and Devin's going to do all your work. No, Devin's going to do the bullshit tasks, right? That's it. Devin's going to do the tasks that no one actually wants to do as a dev anyway. Right? The rigmarole. The bullshit. Yeah. Yep. I'm so confused on like what team we should be looking at. I don't know. Hold on. Advocate. Okay, so they don't have a developer advocate role. Relations. Media relations, employee relations. Nah, we're good. All right, so then front end. All right, so they got front end roles. 3 of them so far. How much do they pay? You'd have to go into the office though, so it's an absolute no-go from me. Woo! Okay, so all right. I could be convinced. Shit, all right, I could be convinced. 50% matching on a 401k? Are you fucking insane? Yeah, it probably means 3 days in the office, 2 days out. I'd be able to stream 4 days a week. Maybe. No. Dude, 50% match on a 401k is amazing, man. So Abdu is asking, what is a 401k? 401k is a retirement account. So basically what that means is pre-tax, you can take money and put it into a 401k. And then that reduces the amount of tax burden you have at the end of the year for income tax. But it also goes into what is basically a set of like index funds on the market. And with a 50% match, if I put in $1,000, they will match 500 of those dollars. Now, what is the limit of that? That part's tricky. Like, if they're talking about if I want to, like, the matching here, maybe this means 50% of your salary. If that means I'm making 400K and I can put in 200K a year, and they're going to match that, that's a free 200K. Like, it's basically free money. And I think they mean 50%, like, of your salary. So, oh my God, that's insane. That's huge. That's huge. But I could be misunderstanding that. I don't remember the way, like, the percentage number works. But if you could put in 200K and get a free 200K from them matching you, yeah, I'm not sure about that, Lightspeed. I don't remember. Like, I forget how other companies phrase it. Typically, like, the match percentage they say is like the maximum amount of your salary they would match. So at most companies I've worked at, it's like 6% is what they would match. So if I'm making 100K a year and I put in $6,000, they would also put in $6,000. Which is just, you can think about boosting your salary by that extra $6,000, but to pull money out of a 401k early, you're going to be taking a hit. It's for like retirement stuff, but just think of compounding interest. If you're putting in the full 200K a year at a 400K salary, and they're matching like 50% of your salary, like, oh my God, dude. Yeah, I don't remember like if that's the way that works. Whether this is the maximum or if it's the amount that they match of what you put in. But man, you could be set up really pretty for life if they're matching 50%, like up to 50% of your salary. That's why I doubt that's how it actually works. That's what I thought too, Ketos. Yeah, so if they do put in a maximum of 50% of your salary, holy shit. Because, yeah, like, that's the match, right? Like, it'd be weird to frame it any other way. You would be set for life after working at this company for like 4 years. If you were putting in the maximum of your, like, match. Maybe, Kaval. Maybe. If you're just building the front end for ChatGPT, you're just putting buttons in place. You know, you're optimizing performance of a chatbot. You know. Yeah, pension is way different. Like, I don't know. I've never had a pension. But I think the way to think about it is a pension is not an individual retirement account. It's like a collective retirement account. So Lightspeed, 401k is also something that you can't pull until you've retired. Like if you pull money out of a 401k before you're 65, you're going to be paying a penalty. But you can think of a 401k as an individual retirement account, an IRA. There's some like subtle differences there, but in general, once you leave a company, your 401k rolls over into an IRA anyway. From my understanding. Pension in the UK, you can take up to 25% as a lump sum, and the rest is paid out over the remainder of your life. Sure. Okay. All right, real quick. I do have to pee. And yeah, like everyone should be applying to work at all these giant companies, right? Take their money. Someone's got to make that money. But yeah, let me go pee. I'm going to grab some more soda, and I poured that a little strong, so yeah, we'll mix it down here in a sec, but I got to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And it's only 6:49. I haven't seen Robotic or any of the gaming crew for tonight, so it might just be me, and we'll figure out what we play later. But that also means that I don't need to finish up anything at the moment. And we got no rush to hop over to gaming stream. So let me go pee. I'll be right back. Ooh. Alex. Yeah, you went and got yourself a little nap. Nice. Will anyone here play Dune Awakening when it releases soon? That's a Funcom game, right? Well, Funcom does some decent stuff. Is it going to be free to play? Because I played Anarchy Online a little bit. That was fun. I think the way Funcom usually goes is it's paid at first, and then once the game is basically dying, they open it up for free to play. Yeah, Alex, like, no matter what, if you work at a company with a 401k match program, you should, like, every single investment advisor will tell you to max out your 401k contribution, like, for what they will match. And then anything beyond that, that's really, like, up to you. But you are throwing away free money if you're not using their match. If they don't do a match, well, then it's probably, like, due to the time value of money, you're probably better off not doing it. Like I worked at Fairwinds, and they didn't do a match, so I didn't do any 401k through them. But I can go log into like some places that I have my 401k through from previous companies, and I just see that stuff going up over time, right? Compounding interest and money making and all that. Like, it's crazy. It's really cool. More curious if you leave the company. Yeah, I mean, it rolls over into an IRA automatically for the most part. Like, I've left 2 companies where I was maxing out the 401k contribution that they would match. And yeah, that money's just sitting in individual retirement accounts at this point. You don't pay taxes on it till you pull the money out. But yeah, Tantrex, how you doing? On a 401k? Nope, not at all, Tantrex. Now you're thinking of like equity. Equity is totally separate from a 401k. There is no vestment period for 401k that I know of. I've never seen that in any of the fine print. I don't think that's how 401ks work. Bonuses have a vestment period, right? A sign-on bonus requires that you're at the company for 2 years. If you leave early, they're going to prorate however much and then deduct. I don't think that's the case, Tantrex. I'm I'm really, really doubting that. I really do think you're talking about your equity. Generally, no. So already vested? Oh, I mean, I guess it does say so. Yeah, I've never seen that whatsoever. But okay, no, you're right. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Yeah, no, my bad. Yeah, shit. I'd never even heard of that. None of the companies I've worked at had a vestment period for the 401k. But I have gotten screwed because of a sign-on bonus. Right? Like someone gave me like a 10 grand sign-on bonus at a company. I left within a year and they pulled like the prorated remainder of like the 2-year amount out of like my last paycheck. And that was lame. Yeah, any company that has a vesting schedule for 401k is probably a company that you don't want to work for. But it's one of those questions to ask. Yeah. When they, in the interview, when they ask you some of that stuff, that's like, when they say, like, do you have any questions? That's something you should be asking the HR person in the first fucking interview. Ooh, there you go, Terrace. Yeah, like maybe the bonus you got was more than like your last paycheck or something. Yeah, come and get me. Right? Come and get me. They'll spend more trying to get that from you than they would actually get from you. Come and get me. But if it's enough that they can just deduct it from your final paycheck, then they got you. Yeah, at this point, I pretty much refuse to take a sign-on bonus. Like, it's just like a hook to keep you there, right? It's like golden handcuffs. All right, so yeah, back to what we're doing. I know, we're slowly working on it. We've been working pretty diligently up until like an hour or two ago. Now we're just chilling, enjoying a Saturday. Still no word from Robotic Head. It's already 7, so yeah, they may be busy this weekend, which is totally fine. I get it. Oh, we do see him out there in chat, actually. I do play video games, yep. Yeah, so Saturday is typically like a game night with Robotic Head, and in the past, it's been maybe Algo Bro and Acorn. Acorn has fallen off since like her Japan trip, and they're trying to do like, go to sleep earlier and all that stuff. Algo Bro now has some social stuff he does, so it's probably going to be rare to see him on Saturday nights. So it might be just back to me and Robotic Head playing Saturday night gaming sessions. And that game that we've been playing lately is Divinity Original Sin, the first one, which I've never completed. I beat Divinity Original Sin 2. I haven't beaten the first one yet. But yeah, I play games. I'm a big fan of RPGs. I like a good story. And like the idea of like building your character over time and all that stuff. My favorite game of all time is Shadowrun on the SNES. It's got that good like cyberpunk vibe and all that stuff. Oh, yeah. Divinity Original Sin 2 is an amazing game. I think it is much better than the first one. I don't like. I mean, I'll play Borderlands. Yeah, Borderlands is fun. I played the Borderlands like fantasy like game with a couple friends on Wednesday nights. So I have 2 game nights with other people. Wednesday I play with James and Wormbane. Saturday nights is like the Robotic Head sessions, and other than that, like on my own time, I'll play a lot of like single player stuff. But yeah, talking about RPGs, typically like the isometric or top-down style. I'm not picky. If it's a good RPG, it's a good RPG. But I fucking hate Elden Ring and those kind of like RPGs, because they're not RPGs. Souls-likes, they're action games. I'm less a fan of action games. Really good ones? All right, I'll play. Like the God of War series. All right. Like the latest God of War games, really good. Like really good. I just hate the action games, like the Souls-likes, that don't respect your time. Like you spend a half hour traversing the map, and then you die, and it puts you a good 10 minutes away still. It's not respecting your time. Like, I don't mind a hard game as long as the gameplay loop is good, right? And it respects your time. The way I think about it is like, consider the Hotline Miami games. Those are very much like hardcore action games that are very, very hard to play. But they're very satisfying because you're starting at like a decent point to like replay that level and all that stuff. So yes, Hotline Miami is a hard game and you will fail a lot. Like a lot. But your restart point is close because it respects your time at least a little bit. I feel like most Souls-likes really fail at that. Like, I fucking hate Armored Core. I love the concept. Man, if you could just respawn me right before the boss rather than making me traverse this whole fucking level again, I'm in. Yeah. Dude, I'd finish that game quick. I would binge the hell out of that game if it respected my time. I've heard Black Myth Wukong is actually really good about respecting your time. For sure. I've actually heard that. Yep. While also still being a difficult Souls-like. A game I'm playing currently is that Clair Obscur Expedition 33. That game is difficult to get like the timing and like dodging, and like you're gonna replay a bunch of fights and bosses just to like learn the dodge timings and things like that. But you restart like right before the fight. It doesn't make you traverse half the level. Yes, yeah, right? The artificial difficulty, right? The bullshit of making you traverse the whole level just to get back to that same fight. It's just there to inflate their fucking like playtime numbers, which is something they use to like, you know, sell success to the rest of the company and all that BS, right? And Ethan, thank you for that. 37 months, man. Yeah, dude, Expedition 33 is the best story I've played in a while. And it's definitely got some, like, twists and things you're not going to see coming that are really good. No spoilers. No spoilers. Yeah, no, Expedition 33 is so far, like, the best story of the year. For me. I'd put it above Baldur's Gate 3, story-wise. I like Baldur's Gate 3 as a game more, right? Like the mechanics and just all that stuff. But yes, I really like Expedition 33. Exactly, Cinder. Yeah, Bloodborne is just as bad as like all the other Souls, like Dark Souls games. I have heard that Elden Ring is at least better about like where you respawn, like before bosses and stuff like that. I've heard Elden Ring is at least better than the previous Souls-likes. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. Yep. Yeah, I need to finish Avowed, which I think I'm like at like the final bit ish, and I need to finish Expedition 33, and then I'm gonna finish Kingdom Come #1, and then fully jump into like Kingdom Come 2. Sports games. I mean, theoretically, Skate 4 is on the way. Skate 3 and Skate 2. Like, I consider Skate 2 one of the best snowboarding games of all time because you can, like, trick the landing mechanics if you, like, skirt near a wall. Like, in, like, the end game, like, the final, like, skate park or whatever, that's that downhill thing and it's got the big giant jump at the end. There's, like, the gap in the middle. If you launch the jump there and get close to the wall, you can trigger, like, the double cork mechanics, and it's, like, that's, like, the best snowboard jumping mechanics of any snowboard game I've ever played, which is crazy. Stoked, or there's some like newer snowboard game that's actually really good. Master Agent Miyazaki, Avowed is good. I have played Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2. It's in the same universe. It's a totally different game, though. I would say Avowed is closer to Outer Worlds than it is to anything else, right? It's not in the same universe, but it's the same mechanics, basically. So Avowed is basically the Outer Worlds in the Pillars of Eternity, like, universe. I would love a Pillars of Eternity 3 instead. But with the success of Avowed, it's unlikely they'll do it. They'll just do an Avowed 2. Outer Worlds was great. I really liked it. Outer Worlds 2 is coming. But the thing about Avowed and Outer Worlds is it doesn't feel like as dense of a world. You know, like the cities are very small. They're not big cities, you know? Right? Like each new like world and planet you get to and the cities on them consist of basically a couple streets. Whereas like Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2 are deep. Like there's a lot of places to go, a lot of stuff to do. And maybe that's like why Avowed is more popular. Just because people like to be handheld. Like replaying, like I didn't like Oblivion, like the first version. The remaster is pretty good, but I hate the scaling of the enemies. I really hate the scaling of the enemies. I want to feel like a literal god if I complete every fucking side mission and then go and like just one shot the boss, like Morrowind. If you play every single side mission in Morrowind, you will go and you'll fight like the big bad endgame boss and you will one shot him. I like that. I think that's actually a great idea. I love that idea. If I put in the effort to do every single side mission, I should feel like a literal god by the end of the game. And real quick, this is whiskey and Coca-Cola. This is not have gas. Like you're saying, am I getting gassy? I used to get way more gassy before I learned how to burp. Like, I didn't know how to burp until I was like 30 something. I know that sounds weird, right? But no, I didn't know how to like do like little burps. What would happen is gas would build up in my stomach or it would pass through to the other end. But when it would build up in the stomach, I would have to like lean back and do this burp that was like terrifying. It was like, blah! Dude, it was so gnarly. When I opened, it didn't make a sound. I think that's just the microphone. There's a bit of like a noise filter on the microphone. The world's loudest burp is 107 decibels. Okay, that's gnarly. I don't think I would ever hit that number, but no, they were brutal. They were like really brutal burps. Yeah, basically, I didn't drink alcohol until I was like in my 20s. And I think that's a big part of like why I couldn't burp. All right, so here's one thing. We need to install MSW. And I think I closed the window. Can someone's eardrums burst from that burp? Probably. Yeah, probably. Oh no, I don't want some egghead course. Come on. 110 is the average human pain threshold? Okay. Why did they call this a dev dependency? This is wrong. MSW is not a dev dependency. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you're using it. The way I look at dev dependency versus like regular dependency is whether it makes it into your bundle. Doesn't matter which environment you're shipping that bundle to. If it makes it into the bundle, it's not a dev dependency. So ESLint doesn't make it into your bundle, so it's a dev dependency. GhaaD makes it into your bundle, so it's a dependency. Does that sound right to everyone else? To me, like, that makes sense in my head, but maybe I'm just wrong. Am I the one that's wrong? No, it's the library that's wrong. No, so Lightspeed, you're misunderstanding. Mock service worker is a thing that will intercept your requests at the service worker level. You would typically still make that a part of your bundle because it's a runtime concern. Anything that's happening at runtime is a regular dependency. Dev dependencies are build time, right? So Webpack, ESLint, etc. If it's something you need at runtime, doesn't matter which environment, It's still just a regular dependency. And technically, you might ship mock service worker as part of your bundle in like the early stages of development. Just for dev environments? Interesting, Ketos. Okay, so by your definition, this is a dev dependency. Yeah, to me, anything that makes it into the bundle is just a regular dev. In the past, I worked at a company where we used MSW and we shipped it to our dev environment, like our, like the dev cloud environment and our staging environment. And I think even our like production environment, because we hadn't like launched to a customer base yet. But yes, you wouldn't include it in your true proper production build. So I get that. That makes sense. This is just before the backend had implemented any of their stuff and we still wanted to like show things working. The idea, theoretically, if you work with a good backend team, is that you will use MSW to simulate the stuff they're doing, and they start building out the endpoints. And when they say they're ready, you just replace what they do, or what you're doing with mock service worker, with making a request to the actual backend, and it is seamless. If you're on a bad team, you're going to do that, and you're going to run into a bunch of errors because the backend team didn't actually honor the contract of what they said the backend would respond with. And I use that word contract intentionally. If you're building an open API spec, it is a contract between you and the backend as the front end dev. Or if you're the backend person, it's a contract between you and the front end. You don't just change that willy-nilly. You don't deviate from it. You don't break that contract. But pretty much every project I've worked on that used MSW, the backend devs basically figured, well, it's not production, so we can do anything we want. And then you look like the asshole at demo time. Like, still one of the most annoying things I've ever dealt with. Spend all this time building around what they said they would do. You rip out MSW and everything breaks. No, it isn't Lightspeed. That's actually something you and the backend should decide with each other immediately. You can decide on the contract before they even start building. What does the front end need to do this stuff? Well, here are the props I need. There you go. Right? The back end isn't just going to take whatever's in the database and spit it out to the front end. That's some shit back end dev. Instead, you build out the things the front end cares about, and you shape and mold what the database has in it to create that result. You should be able to figure out all of those things before anybody writes any code. Your open API spec should be the first thing you build. If you're trying to do back-end and front-end dev concurrently. If you're building something from scratch with dedicated front-end and back-end teams, you absolutely need to figure out the open API spec before anything. Yeah, for sure, Brainless. If you can do that, you can totally build concurrently. You can have a working front end while the back end is still figuring stuff out. You can use mock service worker to plug the holes that the back end hasn't done yet. And you can get like sign off from key stakeholders. And it's really cool. But if you don't honor the contract when doing such a thing, you're going to get key stakeholders saying, why is it taking so long? We saw a working front end months ago. What's the deal? And it makes everybody look bad. Front end, back end, etc. The front end takes the blame because it's the thing people can see. But by not honoring the contract, it's the back end throwing the front end under the bus. All right, so hold on. Let's install this. All right, it is just MSW. Yep. Oop. Wrong thing. And yeah, at the bare minimum, for this package, adapter MSW, MSW is definitely a regular dependency because it's just an adapter that you're going to include for testing or something, right? For like, whatever. But like, as far as this package is concerned, this is like part of the shippable like assets. All right, so let's look at describing the REST API. Because we should be able to make it handle dynamic requests like ID here. Yep. Perfect. Okay. So yeah. We can start mocking what we need to do. So as far as this adapter MSW goes, let's just create MSW handlers.ts. All right, so this is a GET request. Now, hold on. How do we set a base URL? Yep, and our state All right, so we'll call that good for now. This is going to be, I don't know, let's just call it state. All right, so my thought here is I actually want to state, like, do this, like, we're going to call this state per repo, maybe? Or repo state? We're going to call it basic for the one repo. We're going to call it empty for that repo. And let's give this a type real quick. So string any, and instead of any, we'll say sure. Okay, so hold on. Is core not exporting the stuff from validators? It is not. Hey, what's up, Proton? How you doing? All right, we should be able to bring that in now. Sweet. I'm not sure I like all of this in the repo state. We need to start building some of the other parts out first. You're at a demo party right now. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. So yeah, are you do you have like a thing that you've submitted? Oh, and they even got like the visitor list. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. All right. So collection file. Yeah, I don't know what type we want there yet. Let's just keep hacking at this. You hit number 1 in the music part, number 2 in the intro. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay, so here's the big thing about MSW. They kind of give us the power to structure this however we want. So instead of, colon owner repo, we could actually just hard code the path and just hard code the response. And that would be totally fine. Yeah, is there a way? Right, request namespace. What I'm wondering is, can I replace the GitHub URL? Like, could I just call github.com/whatever with it? I'm pretty sure yes. I just don't remember where we configure that. Oh, we can pass the full URL. Okay. Yeah, so that's maybe the way we want to do that. Wait, can I not do the link thing here? Like in the REST stuff? All right, let's go back to here. Okay, so we'd go and do this part. We're going to call that msw.ts. But then, yeah, export handlers, sure. Export const server. And it's actually setup server that we care about. Hey, no worries, Brevity. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, MSW is really cool. I recommend everyone take a look at it. For, like, especially when you want to do concurrent back-end and front-end dev. You know, like you're the front-end team, the back-end team has their own, like, priorities of which endpoints they want to build first, but you've agreed upon what you're going to get back, like request and response-wise, from the API. So if you can nail down an open API specification with the back-end team as a front-end dev, you can start building out the entire application. And they can work on whatever endpoints they want first. And, right, you can have like a fully working application while they're still finishing up the back-end and doing all sorts of the heavy lifting stuff. It's really cool. but it does require due diligence and making sure that they honor the Open API specification. So when you're doing like Open API, or when you're doing backend dev where you're like building the Open API spec from code, it gets trickier. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's really cool. And thank you for the sub, Brevity. Appreciate that. Oh, MSW/node. Got it. Actually, I think I'm doing this part wrong. Yeah, instead of setup server, it's setup worker. That's what I was looking for. Hey, what's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? I'm guessing you're trying to do some gaming tonight? I'm also guessing Robotic Head's out again. All right. Yeah. We'll think about it. Okay. Ooh, and I'd love to set up like a proper time to do that user testing if you get a chance. Like maybe Monday night, which would be like your morning. Depending. We'll see. We'll see. Definitely not tonight. Maybe tomorrow night. Maybe Monday night. Whatever. You know, if you still want to test like the CLI stuff. Yeah, for sure, exactly. Because like, yeah, time zone wise, like the stuff in my calendar is probably not great for you, right? Yeah, so I wouldn't want you to actually do this for any of your like actual work stuff. That's why I have like that separate repository set up. I've got like a whole demo environment you can just pull down and fiddle with that and not worry about messing anything up. And not worry about leaking any work stuff or any of that junk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, so check out that URL that's linked, and yeah, you should be able to fiddle with that. Are you on Windows or Mac, by the way? I do think I remember someone saying that it doesn't work great on like regular Windows, but inside of like uh, uh, shit, what's it? What's the name of it when you do? It's like when you install Git on Windows. There's like Git Bash. That's it. Mac or Linux, either one would work fine. No, not WSL, but like WSL would work too. But this person just used Git Bash, and that worked fine for them. That's pretty cool, Terrace. Yeah, yeah, that's nice. So I want to avoid like people having to do too much setup on their own environment. Multi-repo demo. And yeah, it's not discoverable, but it's actually pretty straightforward. So yeah, this is basically something that I set up for user testing some Gitkraken CLI stuff. So it provides some instructions for like, hey, go install the CLI. Here's a way you could do that. These are repos you'd have to fork, but I created like a basic bash script that you could use for that. Then to clone the repos, you could run this script as well. The forking thing requires the GitHub CLI, so if you don't have that, then you'd have to do it manually, but easy enough. And then, yeah, this just like sets up a bunch of these things that you can like fiddle with and not worry about it. There is something in the back end that does require Docker, like creating the Open API client. But like, this part's so much less important. And the rest of it you should be able to do without even installing any of the Go stuff or any of that BS. No, I get that, but the main goal of this is not to actually have you do any real dev. It's to demo our CLI tool and figure out like how that works. So like you could just go add a foo and a bar to one of these things and you'd be fine. Like none of this stuff requires actually like installing any of the dependencies or having Go set up in your environment or any of that junk. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love it if people are testing out the CLI. They do need to install our tool, but it's a CLI tool. And they don't need Docker for that either. I don't think it's worth setting up a Docker environment for that part. Having them, like requiring them to have Docker set up and running is way more of a burden than them just installing some CLI tool from, Brew or whatever. Maybe Terrace, and we could look at trying that. Sure. I don't know. That doesn't help us like evaluate nearly as well as I would like. I would rather evaluate their ability to install it on Windows. If they ran into issues with that, that's far more valid user feedback. But that is a cool thing that you sent, and I got it opened, and we can look at trying it. Yeah, hold on. Let me look at and try this. I feel like it does take a while to launch, but then maybe it was good. So yeah, it can take some time to load and start the container, so all right, we'll let that go. Yeah, let me test this real quick. And no, not brew. Oh, we should show the other things. All right, well, let me just load back up multi-repo demo. Yeah, like, no, this is already, like, too heavy. Right? Snap doesn't exist. Sudo doesn't exist. Oh my god. Yeah, like, now this is just a bad environment, like, for what I'm trying to do. And the size of the container would get really heavy. Yeah, I see that we're already root, but it's just not how users are going to run stuff. And snap probably doesn't exist. Yes, that's annoying. Right? It's apt install and we don't ship to apt. So then there's the headache of doing that. So we could download the .debian file. Yeah, we could do that. All right, so CLI would be installed already. Okay. Yeah, I still just don't think it's that valuable because we still need to be able to like push and pull from GitHub. I guess networking is enabled, right? Oof, Git's not even there. Ugh. Yeah. We could do it. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. But no, we could put in the work to set that up. Like, does apt work? Oh. Okay. It's not so bad. Definitely a bit slow, but... I know, that is super fucking slow. Like, damn, dude. Yeah. So yeah, we'd want to have Git added by default. Like, sure, I get it. So then how much is the user going to have to download? Yeah, running on half of a CPU. It's a cool idea. I just don't think it's necessarily like... It's not going to be what I want for like user interviews. I was thinking that maybe we could embed this into some like page on the website for GitKraken. Like it could live on the GitKraken CLI page and someone like clicks a button and it shows up and starts downloading and doing all this BS. But failed to fetch. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, another big thing is like if we want them to be able to do commits, like they'd have to log in to Git through this thing. So they wouldn't be able to do like the push stuff, but they could at least like try making commits. But the idea is that they'd need to modify files, so we'd have to install a text editor. Right? So we'd have to make sure that Nano is there. Nah, we'd want people to be able to inspect pull requests. Like, there's just so much that I just don't think it works for what we're trying to do here. It's a cool idea, and it could work for some things, but yeah, like, nah, we'd want people to be able to go see the pull request. Things like that. It's a very cool idea. I think there are certain things that we could do this with, absolutely. I just don't think we could do it with a CLI tool. Like, for some of the projects I've made in the past, right? Like, Git Machine. Oof. Yeah, we don't get any SEO for that? Really? And yeah, this part's broken. But the idea is basically you'd install this. It would install as git m. Then you would do some aliases stuff and configure it. So then you could type just get on down instead of git pull or whatever, right? Hold on. We'll go install it at least. Just so you guys can see. Because it's been a while. I want to make sure this even works still. Ooh. Ooh. All right, so no, that doesn't even work. Lightspeed. We were thinking about maybe embedding that into a website so that no one, like, people don't even have to install it to test it and fiddle with it. But I don't think that's the value. But I could do it for Git Machine, and that could be valuable. But that doesn't work at the moment. Oh, it's because we don't have. Oh, well, no, we do have an ARM64 version. Hold on. So I got to go to security here. What do you mean by considered SSH? You mean like setting up an environment that people SSH into? And no, that's way too much work to like reset and do that stuff. This is just for user interviews. The people that I'm doing user interviews with are okay installing a CLI tool. Interesting. So yeah, we'd have to go rebuild the Git machine stuff. We haven't worked on it for like 2 or 3 years. Yeah, that's annoying. Oh. Oh. So that's why that was failing. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, hold on. Did I do that the wrong way? All right, hold on. So yeah. I know there's some other way to do those aliases, but we'll just do the get m part, right? But yeah. Just get on down is like a pull. Just get on up. Oh, damn it. Yeah, so I'd want to fix that. Right? So basically, the idea was for this bullshit project, you could treat your command line like you were James Brown. Just get on down. So yeah, hold on. How do I do the aliases? I forget that part. Here we go. Config aliases add. Yeah, maybe. Really? All right. So for some reason, it thinks it's not on the path, which I find interesting. Yeah, and I didn't set up any of the help file stuff. All right. Yeah, so if we wanted to make this better, we'd have to put in a bunch of work. But yeah, hold on. What are you saying? So get m keyword is equal to get command. So which part are you saying? Yeah, so you're right. Yeah, that example is totally broken. But yeah, the idea is that you would do something like, let's talk about, and it would be like creating a new branch. Let's get into is check out a new branch. Just say, shout, or yell the command you want to commit. Like, I don't know. Take it easy, Lightspeed. We don't like trivializing conditions like that. So yeah, it looks like it was just a copy paste from that. So yeah, that one and like, let's get this party started or just begin. Yeah, so we had a copy paste issue. I don't know. It was a fun thing we did for like April Fools a while back. Yeah, this must have been what, 2001, 2002? I think 2001. Yeah, 4 years ago. Yep, 2000. Not 2001, 2021. Sorry. 2001 would be way longer ago. No, I did not even dev at that point. 2021. There we go. Brain fart. Right? Golang didn't exist even. Right? So definitely not that. No, I've only worked at GitKraken for like a year. Git Machine was like way older. Yeah, it's even pre-Git at that point, isn't it? All right, so back to this stuff. the main gist is we would just import oh, wrong file. Oh, and that's where I probably do still want to name this, like, MSW. Maybe let's just do setup. Oh, yeah, I think let's do this. Oh, is it because I'm not returning anything? No. What is wrong with this setup? Something seems broken here. We are doing that, man. Just take it easy. Import rest. Yeah, not according to their docs. Sorry, Lightspeed. Enough, Garba. I mean, so we could try it. Has no exported member rest. So I'm not sure about that. Yeah, Lightspeed. Looks like ChatGPT's out of date regarding that. Hmm. I wonder if this is actually just working, even though this part's not correct. My guess is that MSW here is just a barrel file anyway. Nope, not even close. That module does not exist. Yeah, like Lightspeed, my guess is just that ChatGPT has an old version of MSW indexed. Right? If we looked at like the 1.x, we'd probably see something different. Yeah. So yeah, ChatGPT has the 1.x stuff indexed. Ooh, hold on. Maybe that's it. Nope, that actually looks totally right. So yeah, something is broken about this. What I'm wondering is if this is actually a problem. I bet it isn't. Right? Like, sure, the types are failing, but I bet it actually compiles and runs. Like, these are going to be broken. And those are broken. So our type safety is broken. But what that means is that we can't easily just double check to see if that compiles. Oh, actually, this might be a little easier to fix real quick. Right? So if we do this, all right, so then here, we go all the way to the bottom. Let's just start it fresh and see. Yep, no. So it's still failing there at the type checking level. Problem solved. Just sprinkle some any on it. It compiled. Yeah, no, he kind of gave up on Twitch. He got banned for a little bit. And then I just think wasn't enjoying it as much as he wanted. And he also has like a startup he's working on, this like his main core focus. He still posts over on Twitter. Oh, he ended up doxing someone. Like, it was someone that was trolling him, but he ended up doxing him a bit. And so I think he got like a 30-day ban. Maybe less than that. And then after that, he kind of just, I don't know. Kind of figured it wasn't worth his time. And yeah, Lightspeed, I think you're missing a kappa on that statement. I think you're missing a kappa. Let me go grab some more whiskey, and I'll be right back. Ooh, that was the end of the album, though. Let me get another going. No, he's good. Yeah, he has great streams, and he's smart. He can be overly harsh. I can too. But yeah, I do think his streams were entertaining, and I do wish he was still streaming. But, you know, it's just a common thing. Streamers do just tend to burn out on it. Like Algo Bro. Right? Like, haven't seen Trash Dev stream in a long time, you know? Like, yeah. People just find other things they enjoy doing more, or they get a job that requires more effort, or all sorts of stuff. Like, really, we were in like the biggest point we've ever seen during COVID as far as like streaming on Twitch goes. A lot of people started streaming during that period or slightly before it. And when numbers start going down, people get bummed, you know? Yeah, you just hit 150K? Nice, Full Dev. Dude, that's huge. Yeah, Adam disappeared because he got a job at Google. He then made enough money over, what was it, like 4 years? That sweet, sweet Google money. And I believe his partner is also employed, so they were able to just stack money. That now he can stream again, which is cool. AI streamers? Maybe. I almost wonder if we've been having a few. how streamers' numbers seem so consistent. Like Lana Lux is always 300, GhaaD is always 500. I mean, Lana started out streaming to like 40 people. I remember that a while ago. But yeah, a lot of streamers end up hitting like a ceiling for their content. Like my ceiling is probably somewhere around 80 to 100. We haven't been hitting that very consistently, but yeah, that's basically my ceiling at this point. I'd love to break above it, but whatever. We'll see. Lana's is feeling a bit like 300 is her ceiling. It could change, you know. There's all sorts of things that could happen and people blow up, you know, Thor wise or Primogen wise. You never know. In general, to break above, I want to say like 2 or 300 in this category, you need to bring in viewers from elsewhere, like the way Primogen does, the way Theo does, the way GhaaD does. Like if you're famous outside of streaming, you can build up your audience for streaming pretty well. But it's not always guaranteed. Like Can't See Dodds has streamed in this category, and I don't think I ever saw his numbers get above like 20 because he's not consistent with it, and maybe he's not hyping it up that much. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Nadir Dobbit, same thing. He was streaming to this category at one point. I don't think I saw his numbers get above like 30. Yeah, there's usually a reason for it. Spiro is carving out a very specific niche that's going to be hard to push beyond. I think his YouTube streaming and like some of the numbers he's hitting on YouTube are pretty good. Like some of his videos have gotten really big. Oof. I think he has a discoverability problem too. Um, oh, okay. So that's Spiro. Yeah, I think he has a discoverability problem too. Salty Bet, never heard of him. But Spiro's got some videos that have gone huge. Like it's pretty cool, but he's still kind of like sitting at that like 20 to 50 views category. I think he's got to work on his thumbnail game. Like we're seeing some videos are going big, right? Like 600 solid. He's got some that are like 22,000 though. 26,000. Like he's got some that go crazy. But his average seems rough. Like 16K. Like he's got some that really kill it. Like even 1.1K is good. The ones where he does the stupid faces seem more consistently strong, which is really interesting to me. Interesting. He thinks Prime is funnier in person. I think it's different kind of humor, but yeah. But dude, look at like young Spiro. That's crazy. Dude, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I don't know why this one looks way different from like current day Spiro. I think it's the lack of a beard. I think the beard really works for him. Some of the faces there are really good. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I'm probably going to have to do the same thing on YouTube eventually, where the main channel ends up just being videos, and then I create a second channel that's the live stream stuff. Ooh, that's actually one of his biggest problems, though, Bob. Like, YouTube is going to kill him in the fucking algorithm because he's got 33,000 subs, but he's getting like 10 to 20 views. Those are not engaged subscribers. He's got actually a huge problem there. GitKraken has a very similar issue. When YouTube sees that, they're not going to push you into like the feeds and the sidebars and stuff. It's actually a huge problem he has. GitKraken has the same problem. We've got 30, 40,000 subs. I forget the exact number. But the engagement per video is not nearly as high as it should be. Right? These are not engaged subscribers. Like, YouTube cares more about engagement than they care about subscriber numbers, for sure. All right, so we've at least got this MSW stuff set up. What we do need to do is maybe start filling in some of the blanks. So this is another get. This is for file history. And maybe even I want to like label those with a comment. But yeah, like, you know, he did a great job getting those subs. Yeah, he just needs to figure out a way to engage them better. And I don't know. I don't have an answer on how to do so. No idea. I would actually recommend he post a little bit less, because it seems like he's posting like every other day. And instead, he could post, you know, maybe once a week, but leverage his audience to engage with it like the moment he publishes it. The best videos I've ever done are ones where I release it and then I've got it like here as a tagged thing for like the next 3 days. So then as I'm streaming, people are clicking it and keeping that engagement going. Like the best video I've done is not even on my own channel. It's on the Highlight YouTube channel. Right? Like, best video I've ever done, 27K, 3.8K even. Like, both of these videos are better than any video I've made on my own channel. But I think a big part of it was, number one, like, what is open telemetry? The SEO of that is massive. But also, I think I helped hype it up at the beginning. You know, when we first released it, I had it pinned and all that stuff. Like, there's value to that. Yeah, these guys got some major value out of these two videos. Like, if we look at it, these two videos are more popular than any of their other most popular videos. No big deal. I think the goofy faces definitely help. I think Jay's too embarrassed to do a goofy face. Yeah, exactly. The SEO of that one is the thing that's driving that one for sure. And I think people even typing like open telemetry Next.js, like what other videos even show up? It's just a smaller like searched thing. I'm first in my list. What do you guys get when you type in open telemetry Next.js? Same? Yeah, like, dude, I'm like the first. I'm like everything. Oh my god, that's crazy. Wait, what? Damn. Am I the first 5 videos for you guys too? Like even my yeah, I guess it's my stream videos from YouTube. So yeah, okay, there is discoverability on the live stream videos. Interesting. Okay, see, so yeah, like the SEO game is actually a really huge part of YouTube, in my opinion. Like live streams now, like dude, people see 6 hours and they probably don't click it. How many views does this have? 151. I mean, honestly, for me, for a live stream, that's a solid amount of views. I'll take it. Thanks everyone on YouTube. I'll take it. Yeah, exactly, Larobi. Yeah. And I could do some of those. Like, I don't think I'm necessarily like the right person to do a mock service worker one yet. But AT Proto Firehose could be all right, you know. I already have a talk accepted for doing some AT Proto stuff at Cascadia JS for later this year, so that'll be fun. But yeah, like SEO for YouTube videos is something that I think a lot of people overlook. Oh, I love that emote. Oh, that gif's so good, Larobi. Dude, that one's really good. I really like that emote. MCP, we're doing it at GitKraken. We actually have an MCP at GitKraken, which is kind of cool. I do need to fiddle with it a little more. Let me just open some random thing. Sure, we'll do this. We'll do a new chat. We'll remove the context. Let me make sure think I got to do it here. Here in Twitch, we'll see. I just want to double check this, make sure it even works. All right. What is the most important issue I should work on? So it's listing the code base for issue. Yeah, I've been having some trouble with the latest GitKraken release. Interesting that some of that came up. What about my GitHub issues? Calling MCP tool search repositories. There we go. Run tool. All right, list the issues. Yep, there's another one. So yeah, our GitKraken MCP adds a lot of value. Now, technically, that's for this repo specifically. It's not looking at my Launchpad stuff, but still pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah, right there. GitKraken MCP. Launched on up. Not bad. And you guys can do that right now. So let me just show you if you want to get the GitKraken CLI installed and you want to start using the MCP. I'd love to get some feedback from you about it. It's still very early. We don't have anything documented about setting up the MCP, but we will be setting that up here soon. We'll get it in our help center and some other stuff. We'll probably make a blog post and, some of that. But yeah, we're thinking it's pretty promising because some of the functionality that's there, right? Like I've got an older version of it too. We've got Jira wired up to it now as well. So I should update my version of the MCP server. I do think we ended up breaking something. So let me do this real quick. Because I think we... Oh. That was the wrong button. Whoops. Whatever. We'll close that. I wanted to do this to zoom in for y'all. I just opened way too many tabs. But basically... Oh. Oh, it's homebrew. Okay. Okay, so we're not in there, but yeah, GK doesn't exist. And then brew install GitKraken CLI. I want to double check this. I think we introduced a regression. But because I've been having issues getting any of the GitKraken MCP tools to actually run on my work machine. I want to see if there's something that maybe we shipped with this update from 05 to 06. So let me double check that real quick. All right, so yeah, we added a bunch more functionality. Why don't I see Jira in there? Okay, so then let's do a new chat. What GitHub issues should I work on? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I gotta let coworkers know about that. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Leaferon? How you doing? Yeah, okay, so I think we've got some kind of bug or problem there. I think we need to get a little more rigid with some of our testing for some of this stuff. Yeah, thank you. Let me just paste this. Yeah, let me just make sure I share this. Yeah, see, I'm not sure where that would show. How do I clear it? Yeah, I see it. Yeah, error, context canceled. I just want to clear it, and yeah, let me zoom in more. Hold on. How do we clear it there? All right. Yep. Yeah, good catch. Good eye. I didn't even think about that. So error reading input context cancel. Okay, yeah, good catch. And I think that was worthwhile. What I'm wondering is like the devs who are building it are saying, hey, we're not dogfooding enough. Are they even testing it? Like, there needs to be some kind of more rigorous process for preventing regressions like this. I don't know how we would test this better. Error reading input, context canceled. That I don't know. That's just literally what I saw. So at least we got that. I posted it for him. I think this actually lines up with some of the failures that we've been seeing in other ways too. But I was getting this the other day on my work machine, and I thought I was just in a bad state, but we saw that it worked with 3.0.5, but with 3.0.6 it fails. Well, here's the thing, Mr. Faberdev. If it was just the LLM, why would it be a version issue between like patch releases? That doesn't seem right to me. Like selecting another LLM should not be the issue. I could switch back to the older version of Gitkraken CLI, and I bet it would work. So there's something they shipped with the latest version that's breaking things. But we're not regression testing properly. Like, I don't think there's any tests for the MCP server. And I'm not sure how we'd even test that. But I think that's something we absolutely need. Let me get more music going. But yeah, I think it was worth at least showing that off. We've got a bug. We can fix it. We have the technology. But I think, yeah, I think we just need some better engineering practices for some of the back end, like for some of the CLI stuff. Now, granted, we've only got like 1 or 2 devs working on this. That's part of the problem. If we can get more people involved, might be worth it, but it's hard to convince when it doesn't have the same kind of numbers that some of our other projects have. But we'll never get those numbers if it's this flaky. So if you do want to test out our GitKraken MCP server, make sure you're using version 3.0.5, not 3.0.6. Oh, and it is very much a beta feature. Like, that's why we don't have a blog post for it. It's why we don't, we don't have any tweets or anything special about it. But yeah, like I'm gonna push back and say, like, we can't publicize it. We can't, like, do a whole bunch of cool, like, promotion stuff until it's a little more stable. We could definitely present it as coming soon, and that'd be fine. But yeah, I got all of the auto completion stuff going. It's not in 3.0.6. It'll be in 3.0.7. But I'm really proud of the auto completion stuff I did last week. But yeah, we've definitely lost some steam. It's 9 o'clock. I probably need to get some food in my belly. This is a good point where we could go raid someone. And we'll be back here tomorrow. I know, rare Sunday stream, but I'm looking forward to it. We'll see if I can wake up early enough to do it early, like a noon or earlier. But we'll at least be here by 1 p.m. my time. And yeah, we'll keep hacking on this stuff. I want to get the MSW stuff going. I want to start building out the application a bit more so that we can, like, fiddle with this and, test it around. And yeah, we got a lot of blanks to fill in. We were talking about a lack of testing. I should probably set up some tests myself. Right? Those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. But yeah. Yeah, I think we did some good stuff today. Right? At the adapter level, we didn't do nearly as much, but at the core level, I think we did a lot of good engine work here. We've still got some stuff to fix, right? Like actually making these, like, PR and commit functions be filled in and some of that stuff. What's the advantage to our own MCP server seems disconnected from GK core functionality? GitKraken is a DevTools company. Anything that makes a dev's life easier is within our scope. Having stuff that Cursor can do on your behalf to recognize issues that you're tagged on for Bitbucket, Azure DevOps, GitLab, GitHub, etc., Jira, Trello, all of those things are within our scope. We're a DevTools company at that point, But yeah, who do we go raid? Yeah, who is streaming? All right, so I'm looking at the category. Man, the category is really, really slow right now. So we should do our best to raid someone in the category, right? Anyone got any preference of a streamer in the category that we should hang out with? Yeah. No worries, guys. Yep. Later, Mr. Faberdev. Later, Ophi Play. Looking down at the bottom of the list. Let's see if there's any... any smaller streamers we could raid on into. Kind of do require that they have a camera. Dude's working on a kanji learning app. Sounds cool. He lives in Japan. He's into Pokemon. It's an English channel. Yeah, let's do it. Pairbender. Yeah, let's do it. So yeah, I'll be over on Gaming Channel. I'm going to need to eat some food. That'll take, half hour to 45 minutes. It's just chili dogs, so it's an easy meal. And then after that, I will be gaming with Robotic Head for an hour or so. Maybe 2 hours. And we'll play some more Divinity Original Sin. As long as Robotic Head's still down. And if not, I got games to play. If we get a crew together and we want to play some Last Epoch, we can do that too. Or Path of Exile. I'm sure he'd be down with both. So yeah, we're going to go say hi to Pairbender. Everyone on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day today. It's a Saturday on a holiday weekend. So it wasn't like stressful, let's get a whole bunch of stuff done. But we did still get a bunch of stuff done. Like, look at all that blue. That's like the modifications to this file since we made a commit. So we're getting there. Little by little. If we can make this like work, I don't know. I feel like this could be kind of big. I think this could be a really cool thing. Right? Like treating GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket as a source of truth for your, like as a back end for your micro apps and internal applications. I think it could be cool. But let's go. So YouTube first, later YouTube. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow. It's going to be a rare Sunday stream. I'll tag people in the Discord just to let them know.